Oh, chat, you just don't understand. Thinking that this will be the last time we hear that song. Oh, my heart, that cutscene and everything. Hello, everyone. We are back with more Persona 5 Royal. I hope everyone is doing well. Last time, we went into Mementos for the last time. Took care of our last-minute marks and requests down there, as well as finding our way back into the palace. Finding what was blocking our route down there with the control that Maruki had taken down there. Not only that, we got more background on him on December 24th, the day the sky turned red, when Mementos and the real world merged into one. His persona made itself manifest. And again, I kind of imagine that it looks like Caduceus, the medical symbol, Caduceus. But it presented itself to him. He understood, he said. He understood everything. So, there's a lot going down, but we made our way through the rest of his palace, through the lab, through the exam rooms, through what kind of looked like an Eden and eventually a paradise that he had made for Rumi, trying to create the world for her that he wanted for her. But we have made our route, and we are counting down the days to the Day of Fates. It is the 1st? Yeah, I think it's February 1st, correct. Evening of the 1st, so we will see what should happen tomorrow. Have a day or two left before the Day of Fates approaches, and we show down with Maruki. So, a lot going on, and this may be the very end of Royal for us, so we'll see what happens. Eat. Ooh, another crossword. We've got to for old time's sake. Great, co-opted Celtic holiday. Interesting. It's not Christmas. Rewards for tricks. Traditional magician. This ought to be very interesting. Co-opted Celtic holiday. Rewards for tricks. Oh, I know. I got thrown off by the Celtic. Tricks. Rewards for tricks, treats. Traditional magician. That one may take some doing, but I believe the answer should be Halloween. It throws me off with the way they theme some of these crosswords and the time of year we're going into. Oh, it's a witch. Witch. And then Halloween. There we go, easy peasy. Halloween, a holiday held on October 31st with conflicting origin stories, such as a harvest festival for the ancient Celts and a Christian holiday for honoring the saints. The term jack-o'-lantern also has a range of attributed sources, but it's generally agreed that jack-o'-lantern carving for the spooky holiday originated in Ireland. The more you know.
All right.
I see. Nice.
A little bit of knowledge, but you know, we gotta do these for the lore that they provide. Okay, then let's call Kawakami to make us some coffee.
Make sure your clothes up.
Hi.
And dang it, really? Chihaya's not ready to go? Son of a gun. We really aren't going to have a chance to max her out before this game ends, sadly. Rip. I thought we were going to get close. I wonder if she can do a reading for herself and maybe that would give us the point we need. That would be amazing. Let's go.
It's way too cold. It's getting colder out.
Do a reading.
What shall we do?
This. Oh, don't tell me she can't do a reading on herself. Okay.
Here we go.
Man, I was really hoping we could achieve it.
What do you think?
Maybe back. Yes! That one bit was just enough to go up with her. Amazing. Let's go. Well, good. I guess it's good to confirm that her reading actually does increase points with people. Excellent.
The thing is... It's just...
Oh, wow. Oh. Oh my. Well, now we have 4 million though.
What?
Why are you here, dude? Nope.
No.
It is. Like, you've trusted her for readings. Why are you not trusting her words now? Because it's not what you want to hear? Wow. Listen to what Chihiya's saying. Dude, I'm probably a foot taller than you. I will lay you on the ground right now. Lay you out. She's trying to, it's just not in the method that you thought you'd receive. Find something that doesn't make you miserable. Oh, her accent's coming out. She's angry. She's saying is true, though.
I'm here with you.
Yeah, you should probably stop calling her that. Mm-hmm. Hmm. Hmm. Do you regret what you did? Oh. Oh, right. We have to make a choice. But... hit level 9.
All right.
Um...
I like having my fortune read. Sorry, Chihaya.
But... well then. Until next time.
Now the question is... will we have enough to max her out tomorrow night if we have the chance? I'm planning on it. Got it.
Hi!
Got some more coffee.
Senpai?
Mire! What's wrong?
No.
Hmm. Got him. Handle it like always. Hey, 10 Power, how are you? Right. Leave it to me. Right. Ooh. Yes, we want to go. Well, good. Was excited to watch a good Ironmon run, then it all went downhill. Oh no. That's unfortunate. Oh, he has little hearts. This is, look at how pretty her room is. It's so soft and elegant. Like, man. First time you invite a boy to your house, oh dear. It's nice and tidy. Oh, and I like the hat she has up there. The little ribbon sun hat. That's cute. Oh. Everything in here is the same as in Kasumi's room. Colors are different, but not much else. Kept saying we should get the same style, same clothes. And you were close after all.
Yes.
Right, if everything about your life reminded you of her. What do you mean? Oh. Hey, Darrow, how are you? Yeah, Sumire is very precious.
But
That's the spirit.
yes.
Yay! Ooh.
This is
All right.
Sumire's persona, Vanity, has transformed into Ella. It's beautiful. I promise.
yes. Thank you for bringing me here.
Yay! We got our ultimate persona! It's so pretty! Ooh. Hers is actually, I think, the first assault skill that we've gotten out of all the others. Like it. Hmm. Yeah, sure. And then Veil of Sunrise greatly increases chance of allied not being downed when attacked. Ooh. Love it. Gaming room is cleaner than your bedroom at the moment. I feel that.
Ah, you're back.
Oh! Sojiro! You had to say that on one of the last days, my heart. It's been so long since I played this. I need to replay it once it comes to PC. I hope it's good. I've been very much enjoying my time with this. Gonna close up for the day? Oh wow. I'm proud of you, Sojiro. PC version will be bonkers once people start doing mods. Oh, I imagine.
Make sure you close up.
Will do. But we haven't seen Maruki. Not yet. Did your one platinum trophy playthrough when it came out, and then I haven't done another one. Aww. I don't know if we've done everything to platinum. I'll have to double check that at some point. Oh,
My apologies for calling so late.
Maruki.
This is Maruki, by the way. I'm actually rather close by. Would you mind lending me an ear? There's something important we need to talk about. And if you do intend to confront me, I believe there's something you have to give me first.
Right. Alright.
Thank you. I'll be at the cafe shortly. See you later.
I caught all of that. Just as we suspected, he knew he'd have to get a calling card. I have no clue how this meeting is going to go down. Hey, just make sure you keep your guard up, okay?
Will do. Royal Platinum is very easy compared to base P5. Mostly just Royal exclusive side content. That makes sense. Did we do the home run derby thing? I think we did get a home run. You know what? Let's actually check that real quick. Great, we have 2 more hidden trophies to do, which I assume are going to be, are going to be story related. Then we've done most everything. All the side stuff, such as the Reaper. Yep. Scored a hit at the batting cages. Can you scroll up to see which 2 other right after Cruiser of Pride, Thorough Trickster, completed Mementos. One of these is going to be likely Maruki's Palace. So it's between the Thorough Trickster and the Spirit of Rebellion. That makes sense. It says they're rare, so hopefully they shouldn't be too hard to get. But I'm assuming that they're story related. Yeah. They're after a thorough trickster and before a spirit of rebellion. Let's see. Yeah, I did do a few side stories just to be sure. Be sure win the lottery. Brain game wasn't hard. Darts, billiards, jazz, visiting the temple. That was one of the things we had to do. So when we didn't have anything to do that one afternoon, it was like, I better go do this. And then that was why we also made sure we went to the maid cafe enough times. So we could get this one. Get the Master of Akihabara. So yeah, hopefully these two should be story related. Bottom one might need to reload a save of the two missing ones. Oh dear. I'll have to look into that afterwards, I suppose. Then obtain all trophies. It's spoiler free. Okay. You can feel free to tell me about that one then, 10 Power. While we're on the subject. I'm kind of just trying to push back, what's it? Push back the ads from happening in the midst of all the action. Just need to watch all the endings. Oh, shoot. Where we say, where we accept, various offers and stuff instead of rejecting them, I suppose. I think that's probably what it is. You might need to reload the interrogation. Oh. Hmm. Let me look at that real quick. Again, I imagine one of them is Maruki. You know, just his palace goes down or whatever. So let's take a look at that real quick, because if we can achieve that while we've got all of you here, that would be nice. The path chosen. And I assume the other one is related to Maruki, so I don't need to worry about looking at that one or looking at a list for it. Okay. Do. Has 6 main endings that lead to the credits, not counting the Palace bad endings, just reset to a week earlier. Palace bad endings do not lead to the credits. Trophy is not missable. So, option 1. Bad ending 1 and 2. True ending, bad ending 1 and 2, and true ending. Oh wow, it goes into like all of the details. Hmm. Didn't look at the other trophy, it might spoil. Noted. Yeah, this is just the guide for the path chosen trophy. Interesting. Play the game, be fine. Okay. I know, it's like I wasn't trying to be obsessed with the trophy, but it's like if we could have gotten close, that would have been neat.
I'll just add this.
Well, we have the break before here, so let's go ahead and make a save. Didn't be too hard. It's so quiet. Oh, and I actually took notice. I forgot who told me about this yesterday, but how Morgana's stance tells you what you'll be able to do, and they said that when Morgana is standing up, you'll be able to go out and do whatever. If he is sitting, you'll be able to only do stuff within the coffee house, but if he's lying down, you have to go to bed that night. You can't do anything else. So I find it interesting that he's sitting here, because I did notice this last night when we were playing last time, is that when we went out, he was indeed standing up on all fours. And since we're going to be restricted with here and within the coffee house, he is sitting down. The little things. Alright. Let's see what Morgana has to say. Ugh. I'm getting a little nervous. They're making such a deal about this, but I mean, I guess it was that
Hey!
made such a change. Oh, and they even ask you. Oh my goodness. Ah. Okay. An ad's about to pop up too, like in 2 minutes, and I imagine this is gonna take longer than like 2 minutes. Hang on. For today, for today, since we've got so much coming up, let's like turn these off. Okay. Just for today, we'll make sure to turn ads off because there's going to be a lot of stuff going down, I imagine. I don't want anyone to miss any of this action. Alright. You think we're ready, chat? Saved. We've been leveling. We've got all the best gear. We practically have all the best personas. There's only one more I'm concerned about, and I don't know if I made the right choices for him, and that's Akechi, but I guess we'll find out eventually. Now we're going to meet Maruki. Y'all ready? Press 1 if you're ready for this to go forward. I just want to see who all's excited. They're making such a big deal about this. Again, I know it's, we're saving the world and everything, so. Alright. Let's go. I mean, you are or aren't ready.
Sorry for the last-minute visit. How's Yoshizawa-san holding up? I've been concerned about a potential relapse, considering her difficulties with accepting this reality.
Miri is one tough lady.
You know, I would love for that to be the truth. But people can't maintain their strength forever. So, getting down to business. I wanted to confirm with you one last time. Is there no other way to come to an agreement besides fighting?
You know what? We haven't seen anything else yet, so we did just make a save. See what he says.
The reality I created may seem distorted from your point of view, but it's a reality where everyone is happy. If you just stay, you'll never have to suffer the pain of loss, or the pain from having people and things stolen away from you.
What was stolen from you?
So, you saw what happened with Rumi. I'm not the one who suffered. She is. But she's still living a wonderful life right now, in this world you call a distorted reality.
But she still doesn't remember you, right? And you're fine with that?
She may not be in my life anymore, but at least her own life is a happy one now.
He understands Mona, too.
I'm not just doing this for Rumi. I want all of you to live just as happily as she is. But for Rumi's happiness to last, I have to move on. After all that's happened to her, to me, I just can't drag her into it.
Doc.
My stance will not change. Strange circumstances have led to my gaining this power. However, I now recognize it as being wholly inevitable. This is something only I am capable of doing. I promise. Every person alive will be happy in the world I create. So, let me ask you the same. After really considering every option, do you have any doubts about your views?
What do you mean?
I suppose it's more accurate to ask, do you two gentlemen have any doubts? You're here, aren't you, Akechi-kun?
What?
Akechi.
You caught me.
Oh, it was just a hunch. This issue doesn't only affect you, Akechi-kun. This involves you too.
Both Akechi and me?
What do these two have to do with...
The relationship you two share is very unusual. A detective and a phantom thief. Despite being enemies, your relationship isn't based on hatred or ill will. That's why I found it so tragic when I learned what happened in Shido's palace.
You bastard! So, my final enemy is a puppet version of myself.
Say, didn't you regret how things ended with him? You two came to a deep understanding of one another. Yet you had no choice but to leave Akechi-kun to his fate.
No.
That's why I created a reality where you two could have a fresh start together.
After all this, that's what you have to say. Seriously, you really are.
That would mean the Akechi in the real world is...
Get what I'm saying?
No!
I genuinely didn't want to tell you like this. I didn't want to make it seem like I'm holding him hostage. But no matter what you may think of me, I just want you all to accept this reality and move on with your happy lives.
Are you kidding, Gabe? Are you actually kidding me right now? I know that it seemed too perfect that he showed up on Christmas Eve, but are you telling me that ever since then, ever since Christmas Eve, we've been under the guise of Maruki's reality? That Akechi isn't alive?
And that matters how exactly? Don't tell me you think dangling my life before us is going to have any impact on our decision.
So you knew.
Well, I lacked conclusive evidence. But after I fought against you all, I had a gap in my memory that ended with meeting up with him again. There were also the cases of Wakaba Ishiki and President Okumura. Of course, I'd find all of that suspicious.
I see.
What gaps from when he did psychotic breakdowns on them?
I had a feeling the truth of the matter still wouldn't dissuade you, Akechi-kun. But how about you?
Game!
You
Why?
think dangling my life before us is going to affect our decision? That's what Akechi-kun said a moment ago.
You were so sure up to this point, and now...
If that's how you see it at this point, I'm fine with it. But I'm still going to ask you, one last time, will you accept the reality I create for you? You were the guiding light to my research. You showed me the way so I could make my dream into reality. I have nothing but gratitude for you. Not a single ounce of ill will. That's why I wanted you, of all people, to understand. Perhaps I shouldn't ask you for an answer on the spot like that. I'll be going now.
You forgot something. Nice touch game.
Ah, that's right. I've heard you're calling. And about my question, let's do this. I'll be waiting in the palace tomorrow, just as I promised. If you still haven't changed your mind by then, we'll meet there. But if you don't show, I'll take that to mean you've accepted my reality. See you.
What are you gonna do?
I'd like to speak with him.
Akechi. Gotcha. I'll leave the decision up to you. Let me know when you've reached an answer.
Holy heck, this whole time we haven't had a reality hanging over us, or we haven't had a false reality hanging over us. We've been so worried about everyone else, and Akechi comes to us, not only on Christmas Eve, but after all of this going on, saying, hey, something's up, and this isn't right. Even we know something wasn't right when we were seeing loved ones come back to life, but now to truly have someone that shouldn't be here, be the one that's telling us that we have to make him and everything else go away. This is such a turnaround. What the heck?
I will carve my own path for myself. I refuse to accept a reality concocted by someone else, stuck under their control for the rest of my days.
But then you...
So what? That's the path I chose. All you have to do is stick to your guns and challenge Maruki. Or are you really so spineless that you'd fold over some bullshit trivial threat on my life?
This isn't trivial!
It is. Do you think I'd be happy with this? Being shown mercy now, of all times?
No.
I don't want to be pitied. This isn't something I'm debating with you. Your indecisiveness on the matter is essentially a betrayal of my wishes. I want to hear you say it aloud. What do you intend to do?
Fight against Maruki and win. We'll return to the original reality. But... Akechi.
I won't wait a moment longer. Answer me.
Hey, why? And I'm legit teared up right now. Like, I didn't see that coming. I didn't suspect it until they started talking around it. Just... Dang. I knew it seemed too good to be true, but... It makes sense. It all falls into place. Again, that when Mementos merged with the real world and we saw the video where Maruki got his persona on that same day and already started taking control one way or another. And the first thing he did was bring Akechi back. He truly affected our cognition first. We never saw him again. We never saw what happened to him. We only assumed by what Oracle said when she couldn't see him on the map anymore that he was gone. But then what does happen to someone when they die in a palace? We never knew. We never found out. This sucks. He's come so far. He shed his false persona, his facade of being a detective prince. He got what he wanted with Shido answering for his crimes. All of them. Even if he was the one involved? He started to accept being our rival, helping us. Being, I guess, who he truly wanted to be. Even if he was blunt and somewhat malevolent, he was being true to himself and wanting to seek the truth. But now, I'd almost want to say we're taking the offer just to see what happens, but we do have the save from before, so if we do have to come back and do it for that reason, we will. We have to honor our wishes, the convictions we've built up to this point. We're going to change this reality back. Dang it, game. Dang it. We're stopping Maruki.
All right. I'm relieved to hear it. I will never accept this form of reality. I'm done being manipulated.
It sounds so like a catchy, though.
Let's go back to our true reality.
We got it?
This is great. I feel so alive. I'll sow chaos as far as the eye can see. All right.
Ketchy's persona Loki has transformed into Hereward. Dang it, game.
What's a life worth in a reality that was cooked up just to satisfy someone else? I say none. We have to win this, no matter what.
Can we at least get a hug? No going back now. Dang it, game! Oh, wow. That's amazing. Also, almighty damage to one foe. Highly effective if foe is down. Ooh. Yeah, well, that's a lot of SP for that move. Although all the moves have been pretty costly, so I guess it makes sense. Hey, game! Had to go there, didn't you? Oh, I do want that. We'll do this. An ingenious spirit may decrease SP cost of allies' support and almighty skills by half. Oh, baby. But this is truly catchy. Dang it, game! I guess that answers my question. Gotta catch his final persona.
All right, we're all here. It's time. Our final battle. Maruki came by LeBlanc last night, so we gave him the calling card.
I doubt Maruki is still interested in discussion. You realize there's no backing out now, right?
Ain't no way we're gonna run now.
I can only bet Akechi and myself are not going to tell everyone. Not until it's all over.
Doc in his palace, show him what's up, and go back to our own reality, right?
Let's go.
Mm-hmm. Let's all go back. As a team.
Ah!
Yeah!
It appears we're all ready.
There's no way we're telling them.
It's time to take back what belongs to us. Our own reality.
Dude. What is this? We are holding here for a moment because holy heck. Get your jam emotes out, chat, because oh my goodness. I'm so glad I didn't look up Persona 5 Royal music before this. Oh my gosh. Oh my gosh, this is amazing. I'm assuming that this is the song called Believe, I think is what it is. But good gosh. I like how they have Life Will Change mixed in with it too. That's good. Good spin game. Okay, we are definitely taking Akechi with us because we have to see his new persona. Oh my gosh, I'm gonna have to look this up tonight. This is so good! Ugh. Just my heart and my head and all of this. Oh my word. Dang game. I mean, I guess it's only fitting that they have a jam of the last infiltration theme going on. Like, good night, this is good. Well? I think we're ready to go, though. Oh, whoops. Just jamming out to this. Oh my goodness. Let me check our personas real quick. We've got our healers, we've got our attackers. Gonna have to get an animated jam at some point. Yep. Alright.
Let's go.
This is so good.
I see you made it. Come on up. I'll meet with you at the center of paradise.
Bold words. Oh. The stairs have been fixed. Nothing else to do here, though. We are taking this nice and slow, though. We are soaking this song in.
Joker!
You ready? Absolutely. Stylish.
Oh, yeah!
Now then.
Man. This is a pretty impressive dungeon. Ooh. I just want to enjoy this as much as possible. Like, I'll likely be listening to this. I'm definitely going to look up a YouTube video of this after stream and be jamming out to this because holy heck. Ooh.
Thank you for
Marky.
coming. It looks like I have your answer.
We're sure of ourselves now.
That's good to hear. Now, let's begin. If you win, my heart will be changed. However, if I win, my reality becomes the true reality. I will overwrite all of existence with my own cognition. I'm not holding back anymore.
What the?
Just as you have your own beliefs, I too have no intention of changing my plans for reality. No matter what happens to me in the end, I will fix this torturous world.
Marky.
That is my own rebellion.
Oh.
His apparel just...
No.
And I believe you called forth your power like this.
What? He gets a thief outfit?
Persona.
Oh, heck.
No way!
Dang. Tragic villains tend to be favorite characters of mine. I I agree, especially with the way that they've written Maruki in this. Good gosh.
So Maruki really does have a persona.
And again, am I right in thinking that his persona reminds me of Caduceus?
I'd regret not pointing this out to you. You shouldn't mistake our powers as being equal.
Oh boy.
It's time, Azathoth. Our final battle has come. My persona guides me.
Holy heck. Oh no, not now. Is everything good? I saw the frame droppage bottom out, so I was panicking for a second. Okay.
I have to do this.
Incoming, guys. Get ready.
Maruki. Oh! I guess it makes sense that we have 2 targets.
The opponent is strong. Don't do anything reckless.
Can I say how impressive he looks? Like, my gosh.
The opponent is strong. Don't do anything
Oh
reckless.
no!
The opponent is strong. Don't do anything reckless.
Oh no! Not only are there 2 more targets,
The opponent is
there's
strong. Don't do anything
2,
reckless.
3. There's 5 targets. Oh my
The opponent
gosh.
is strong. Don't do anything reckless.
That's insane. Also gives us a chance to check out his look, but my gosh. That is pretty nuts. Love the whole HP Lovecraft being marked in. It does kind of give off some Lovecraft vibes, my goodness.
Persona.
Alright. Jeez.
Doors of Hades.
Oh.
What? The persona shielded him? This persona's definitely trouble.
Persona. Here. Persona. Kill them, Herald.
Great. Takes them out. The question is, there be some that get brought back.
Ella!
Oh.
This could be tough. Bless skills will be nullified, so be careful.
Souls bless. Okay.
The opponent is strong. Don't do anything reckless. Let's dance!
Well. Let's try this.
This is my soul!
Not bad.
Crow's got some moves!
Oh shoot, I knew it. I knew that was gonna come back.
Persona. There.
Oh dear.
Knocked them right off their feet! Nice, Joker! The
Okay.
opponent is strong. It's a powerful enemy. Finish it quickly with curse attacks.
Right.
It's immune to curse. I had hoped we could end this quickly. The opponent is strong. Don't do anything reckless.
Yours.
Not my turn now. Dance, Persona! Enchant us, Ella!
Okay.
Let's go. Gorokichi!
How it feels against this. You good?
It's immune to curse. The opponent is strong.
Of course some of
Don't do
these are going to
anything reckless. The
reflect
opponent
and
is
block
strong.
some stuff.
The opponent is strong. Don't do anything reckless.
I have a feeling we'll need to focus down Azeroth.
The opponent is strong. Don't do
This is
anything
my other
reckless.
self. Wipe them out, Gorokichi!
You got him, Fox. One enemy hit the ground. Strong, but weak to physical blows. We just need to use that.
It's on time. Okay,
On to the next.
let's go.
Here we go.
You're
This we're definitely gonna have to heal up.
The opponent is strong. Don't do anything reckless. The opponent
So do we
is
take
strong.
down...
Don't do anything reckless.
Maruki's gonna be a pain in the half, but we need to get all of his stuff down in order to take him out, which we have, so we probably need to focus down Maruki.
Make a decision.
We'll save the heavy hitting one for when we do have one of those down.
Let's dance.
Okay.
Let's finish this.
Oh boy.
Come!
Called all those back though. So I feel like we need to heal up.
Each time.
Thank you so much.
No time for thanks. I appreciate it.
The opponent is it's a power that's strong. This could be tough.
There it
Your
is.
go.
skills will be nullified, so be careful.
Wipe them out, Gorokichi!
You got him, Fox. One enemy hit
This
the
is my
ground.
other self. Gorokichi!
Ooh, down.
We've almost won. Pass the baton and switch attackers. Pass the baton and knock him down.
Yours now. Here goes.
On to the next. The enemy is strong. Defeat it. The opponent is strong. It's a powerful enemy. Finish it
Persona.
quickly with curse attacks.
Ethereal. Go down.
Eh?
Doesn't look like the opponent is strong. It's immune to curse. I had hoped we could end this quickly. The opponent is strong. Don't do anything reckless.
Persona! That's not right.
Shoot, I can't change, can I? Dang.
Ravage them!
Eh?
I'll break them. That should do.
Debilitate. Creepy indeed. How are you, Mike? And Key, it's good to see you as well. Sorry, I'm just kind of distracted by everything that's going on with this game right now. My goodness.
Victory is ours.
Not bad.
Nice, Violet. Just what I would expect from an athlete.
Yeah, this is definitely some Lovecraft Cthulhu stuff going on. Which again, I just still find so ironic that his persona looks like a mix of Lovecraft and Caduceus.
You're mine.
This is our chance!
Persona,
Hey, you can go for its weak spot!
go down.
Nice one, Joker! You hit its weakness!
Here we go.
This is our chance! It's immune to curse. The opponent is strong. Don't do anything. This could be tough. Bless skills will be nullified, so be careful.
This isn't it.
It's a 2-box.
On to the next!
Let's go. Gorokichi!
You got him, Fox! One enemy hit the ground! The opponent is strong. This could be tough. Bless skills will be nullified, so be. The opponent is strong. Don't do it. It's powerful. You'll want fierce ice attacks.
Persona!
Good.
Let's go.
One more.
Persona!
Let's find out about this one. Okay.
Dance, Persona!
Let's up defense on
How
it.
about this? Crow's got some moves.
Very nice.
Persona!
Oh, hang on. Let's swap over to Ishtar. Make sure everyone's healed up.
I'll return the favor.
Much thanks.
You got a new controller you grabbed for Discord Wars? Nice.
But we've only just begun.
What is it doing? Oh no. It's growing more hands?
So let's move on.
Huh? He's getting stronger? Be careful.
Oh boy.
What was that just now?
No magic attack skills. Is it warning us? Is it telling us not to?
Calm down.
Okay.
Fast here.
Well, let's... No more hands either. Or no, there is a hand. Duh.
All right.
Let's debilitate him. Ew.
Out of the way.
You got him, Fox. One enemy hit the ground.
We'll put you down. Good.
Blocks, okay.
Let's dance.
I'm seeing it says no magic attack skills. I'm feeling like that would reflect poorly on us.
Let's make this quick.
It's fine.
Crow's got some moves.
Yeesh. Oh boy. And now he's getting more turns though.
Super move. Ultra charge.
Kitagawa-kun, I know you don't really want your approval to be earned through force.
What? What are you speaking to my party members for now?
Guided by beauty, and I can give you such a world.
I have my friends by my side in this world. I don't need another world forced upon me.
Joker, you're dizzy. It's gonna be hard to hit it with anything.
Persona!
It's fine.
All right. Persona!
Unable to baton pass. Okay, so that is off.
Wipe them out, Gorokichi! I'll
Fine.
save you.
Thank you.
This is our chance.
Let's go.
Pass the baton. The enemy is strong. Defeat it quickly with bless attacks.
The null physical.
Persona!
Let's do this again. Okay.
I'll break them. Harroward! Fear my power.
It's acting like we still can, but I'm imagining there's going to be some sort of punishment or penalty if we do, I bet.
It has a significant resistance to I. The opponent is strong. Don't do anything reckless. It's strong and immune to physical strikes. Brute force won't work. It's strong and immune to physical strikes.
Persona!
Brute force won't work.
Harroward!
Let's try this. Eh.
I'll break them. Manifest!
Oof. Oh, they got all their HP back too. Good news. So who do we focus then? Azathoth?
Ready. Persona! This is my soul.
Eh.
Come on!
Nice. It's fine.
Let's go.
Let's try this. Nice. Oh, weak to ice. I guess it's that he has different tentacles too.
Persona!
Oh, I mean, that's
No.
nothing for me to argue
Let's
with.
go. There!
This.
This is my other self!
Definitely gonna have to heal and probably start healing SP and HP here soon.
Ready on your mark.
Fear my power.
let's have a catchy dude. Let's see. We've been saving all of our good stuff up until now, so...
Aren't you the leader?
We have our somas that does everything. I don't necessarily want to start using our somas because we're still pretty good off. We could start using the good stuff. We need him to heal.
Need this?
I appreciate it.
I appreciate it.
Dance, Persona! Victory is ours!
Ooh, she hits hard.
Bro got knocked down! He needs cover!
Shakespeare.
Rude. Eh.
Well done.
Goodness.
Yoshizawa-san, that pain you're suffering, it must be impossible to move on. I want to save you from that awful life.
I am myself. I'll never forget that again.
Unable to cure what? Like items and skills?
Persona!
Something else.
Dang, we can't switch out party members either. I guess while he's here. That sucks. Question is, what kind of punishment or whatever is gonna happen, or is it just gonna
I'm not
heal?
done. Hold on.
You wouldn't chance it.
Calm
Gotta
down.
love being locked out of healing. Well, the question is he talking about unable to cure, like, both items and healing spells, or just healing spells? 'Cause, I mean, some of these things are hitting pretty dang hard. Then, would it also count if we cured our status effect? Would assume all. Do y'all think that would mean also we can't heal our statuses? I mean, it won't cure anything. Yep, dang.
This isn't it.
Well, let's guard.
Can't stop shaking.
Payback time! Can't stop shaking.
Let's dance!
What do we have right now?
Guns! You gotta use your guns!
Oh,
It's immune to curse. I had hoped we could end this quickly.
gun, we
Powerful enemy.
physical.
The opponent is strong. Don't get strong. It has a significant
Good.
resistance to ice. Good job, Violet. Good job, Violet.
Heal and cure is the same coin, and you're pinging. You're also being like being careful. I agree. Because I mean, this game has proven more than one a time that punishment can hit hard. I do agree.
Dance, Persona.
Ooh. Let's not chance any HP stuff right now while we have her being at least middle of HP, so... Oh, what?
They're too strong.
Dude? go figure. But it only healed Maruki.
I know something that'll protect you.
Wow. Does that count though? We didn't get punished, we'll take it. Yeah, only Maruki is being
I'm
healed.
not done.
Azathoth is not. I get the feeling we need to take down the tendrils, of course, so it doesn't guard them.
Knocked them right off their feet. Nice, Joker. If you pass the baton, you can hit the foe's weaknesses.
Go ahead.
Alright,
Yeah.
on to the next.
Let's go. Kurokichi!
You got him, Fox. One enemy hit the ground. It's powerful. You'll want it's powerful, but guns should shut it down. The opponent is strong. Don't do anything reckless.
Lend me a hand.
Get him!
Looks painful.
Done.
Persona!
You've got good moves, but maybe we should check for weaknesses first.
I am
You've got
thou.
good moves, but maybe it's powerful. Your opponent is strong. Don't do anything reckless.
Persona! Wipe them out,
Take
Kurokichi!
it out.
Persona!
Guys healed up. Let's take him down.
Persona! Let's finish this.
A reality where none shall suffer. To realize it, I will use all of our power.
Oh boy.
What are they doing? Be careful. I'm sensing a ridiculous amount of energy from his persona. Joker, you all have to guard this.
Will do.
Akechi-kun, don't throw away your life. If you're with him and his friends, you could begin to atone for what you've done.
Maruki did nothing wrong. I could agree.
Oh, this high and mighty bullshit. You're pissing me off!
How are you, Melly? Whew. She said guard, we guard. Wowzers. The only thing he did wrong is that he didn't ask. Yeah.
Come! Not that.
The opponent is strong. The enemy is strong. Defeat it quickly with blast attacks. It's powerful, but guns should shut it down. It's a powerful enemy. Finish it. The opponent is strong. It's strong. It's powerful. The opponent is
Ooh,
strong.
okay.
Don't do anything reckless.
Go down!
Here we go.
I can't make you see.
Yours.
That's my
On to
cue.
the next.
Fear my power.
Shield tend.
It's powerful. You'll want fierce
Let's
ice
go.
attacks.
Wipe them out, Kurokichi!
Dance, Persona!
Curious what's gonna happen when we take down Azathoth. As it is, well, Maruki is the one that's bringing back the tendrils, but
Having trouble?
everything is only helping Maruki. not Azathoth. Like, it's preserving him, but not itself. Excuse me. See what happens. Rude.
Everyone, are you okay? Focus on healing up.
Definitely gonna have to heal on this turn.
Crow doesn't have much health left. Someone heal him.
Working on it.
All right.
Thank you so much.
Nice timing.
Thank you.
Guns! You gotta use your guns! You got him, Fox! One enemy hit the ground! We can hit their weaknesses. It's immune to curse. It's strong. It's strong and immune to physical strength. The opponent is strong. Don't do
Persona!
anything reckless.
Kichi!
You got him, Fox! One enemy hit the ground!
This is my other self.
It's a powerful enemy. It's strong. It has a significant resistance to ice.
Huh. All the weaknesses are being flipped around too.
Bless skills will be nullified. So the opponent
Interesting.
is strong. Don't do anything reckless.
Aside from Maruki and
The opponent is
Azathoth,
strong. Don't do
all the
anything
Tendrils'
reckless.
weaknesses are flipping around.
Get them.
All right,
Roger.
on to the next. Knocked them right off their feet. Nice, Joker.
Up to you.
Next, ready to go. Get him. Style is great. It's strong and it's strong. It has a
Okay.
significant resistance to ice.
Oh, I like his little cartridges for his gun, since it's a ray gun.
Direct hit to their weakness. Nice work, Crow.
That's adorable.
Persona! Let's dance! Let's finish this! They're so strong!
It's fine.
Rude? Oof.
What?
Do you remember how every one of your dreams was granted in my reality? Not a single person is in pain here. Everyone is happy. Why would you deny them that opportunity?
Because it's not right. Enable the baton pass. Okay. Let's do
All right.
this. I'll take off the fear.
I appreciate it.
I appreciate it. Persona!
Guns! It's immune to curse. It's a powerful and strong opponent.
As long as
is
it doesn't
strong.
repel,
Strong
that's
and
fine.
immune to physical
Let's go.
strikes. Brute force won't
Dang,
work.
can't do it. Can't do the Mabu Fudan because his SP is that low. So we'll have to heal that up
Waiting
soon.
orders, Joker. Kichi!
You got him, Fox. One enemy hit the ground.
I can't.
Oh shoot.
But why?
We know their weak points
Uh.
now. Pass the baton.
Okay. So it's not an end all, it's just
You got him,
you're cut
Fox.
off.
One enemy hit the ground.
I am thou.
You got
Going down.
The opponent is strong. It's a powerful enemy. Finish it quickly with curse attacks.
I'll break them.
Okay.
Kill them, Harrowward!
Dance, Persona! Victory is ours! Nice, Violet!
Very
Just what I would
nice.
expect from an athlete.
So vicious fear.
Ugh.
I won't fail. I can't fail. Come.
Brokey.
This isn't it. Let's go.
Hey, you can go for its weak spot.
Hang on. I'm gonna go ahead and heal everybody, which is probably what I'll need to do.
Eastop. There.
So that way we don't have fear.
Nice timing.
Much thanks.
The opponent is strong. It's a powerful enemy. It's strong and guns won't help.
Okay.
Be careful. You got him, Fox. One enemy hit the ground.
We'll put you down.
You got him, Fox. One enemy hit the ground.
Contact.
Not
Here
yet.
And baton pass again, that's fine.
The opponent is it's powerful. You'll want fierce ice. It's a powerful enemy. It's strong. The opponent is strong. It's a powerful enemy. Finish it. It's strong and guns won't help. Be careful.
Repels ice though. Otherwise I'd use Ice Age.
Powerful enemy. It's powerful. This could be tough. Blood
14.
skills will be nullified, so be careful.
Calm down. Persona!
I feel the fizz.
It's
This
time.
is your chance. Hit him where it
Got
hurts.
that.
It's powerful. You'll want. The opponent is strong. It's powerful.
Low and weak, that's
Strong
fine.
attacks.
Also, sorry if I'm not paying too much attention to chat, but this is a big fight. Like, it's not stressful, but at the same time, it is taking my concentration. Shield tendril is no joke.
It's a powerful enemy. Finish it quickly with curse attacks.
Fear my power. Kill them, Harrowward!
And there it goes. Good one, Crow.
I'll break them.
It's down.
Let's dance. Let's finish this.
Oh boy.
I understand the difficulty of accepting such a huge change, but that's nothing more than your fears controlling you. Please, won't you please believe me?
As that, we need to guard. Otherwise, that's gonna hurt. And we're unable to cure right now, so. Oh. Ow.
Knocked him right off their feet. Nice, Joker.
Yo,
All right,
Fox, taking
on to
over.
the next.
This is my other self.
Dang it. That one is weak. He needs to go and heal that.
try
Not
this.
but now.
Let's go.
It's strong and guns. It's power. It's strong. The opponent is strong.
This
Don't
null's
do it.
excellent.
Wipe them out, Coral Pieces.
You got him, Fox. One enemy hit the ground.
Yours not
All
yet.
right, on to the next.
Wait, no.
Siege. Out.
It's strong. It has a significant resistance to ice.
Weak to guns, though.
Guns! You gotta use your guns! It's strong. It has a significant resistance to ice.
Persona! Harroward!
Direct hit to their weakness. Nice work, Crow!
There we go.
Persona! This is my soul! Crow got knocked down.
Woo.
Need cover!
Ow. Rude.
They're too strong! I know something that'll protect you.
Ooh. Futaba coming in clutch.
Suffering and pain bring nothing to people except their ruin. Why would you force yourself into that? Just let me save you all. Just this once.
Ooh, unable to guard. Yikes.
Persona! This isn't it.
The opponent is the enemy is strong. It's the power of the opponent is strong. Don't do
Hey.
anything reckless.
You're mine.
2 enemies floored. Not bad, Joker.
Also, Allure of Wisdom coming in clutch when it comes to saving SP when we're Joker.
The enemy is strong. Defeat it. It's immune to curse. It's powerful. You'll want fierce ice attacks.
Remember that. Dang it.
How do you want to do this?
Well, let's do this if we're unable to guard.
I'll break them. Kill them, Harroward!
Dig it. Oh, it took them all out, too.
Persona!
My goodness. Well, we haven't seen that all the time, and what a better now time to use it than this.
Manifest!
Okay.
Finally, his persona can't act anymore. Now's your shot, Joker.
Roki seems unable to move. Well, I guess the right call was to focus on Azathoth then. That took him completely
I'm
down.
not done. Come!
Seems fitting for the. Wait, did I not get Satan back out? Or, Lucifer? Interesting. Kinda hoping we could have used Morningstar on it.
Stick around. There.
Alright, Maruki.
Azathoth. Did I fail?
Is that?
Treasure?
It's Maruki's treasure. What is it, though? A torch?
Torch is a light to guide people. It may symbolize his perception of himself as the guide for the entire world. We're here to change his heart, aren't we? Go on. Take it.
So, this is it.
This place is collapsing!
We'd better take our leave.
Rumi, I'm sorry. I couldn't. No, I can still.
Joker, look out!
Damn it! We gotta book it.
Guys, jump in!
Well, what about Maruki? Isn't this his real self in the palace?
Hang on!
Oh boy. Nice job, Makoto.
That was close.
Dr. Maruki. This has gone too far past changing someone's heart. Is he even still alive?
Looks like that isn't a concern.
Sorry, but I won't admit defeat just yet.
Please stop.
I'm sorry. You know I can't do that. I've been chosen by the world itself. Granting this wish is my responsibility.
Uh-oh.
The hell?
He just took his treasure back.
He just... the treasure!
I have a bad feeling.
Isn't that...
Um... Oh no.
No, you can't be serious. Maruki, he's done it. He evolved his persona.
Such strength of will.
Oh crap.
If it is for everyone's happiness, I don't care what happens to me. Don't resist. Accept it. With my power. No. With mine and Adam Cadmon's together. Our reality is nigh! My persona guides me.
Ooh, we get a theme now.
I refuse to let it end like this. Adam Cadmon, guide us all to our ideal reality.
You're wrong.
We'll decide our reality.
We refuse to let it end any other way, too.
Persona!
Oh, jeez. It's just him now.
Persona! That's not right.
Well,
This, Persona! Victory is ours!
Let's go.
to find out if he possibly has any weaknesses. Yeah, now we get the true boss theme, whatever this is.
Adam Cadmon, lend me your strength.
Ow! Oh boy.
Persona.
That's not good.
Each time.
Thank you so much!
Much thanks.
He's just gonna keep on doing it. We'll just do physicals.
Won't lose.
That did some damage, no kidding. Eh.
I shall push it to the sword.
I kind of like the framing of this fight, how it's like Maruki is set so far back, we have to run at such a distance in order to reach him, but it's set so far back so we can see his persona. But yeah, that he's getting his persona and realizing its evolution. Like, this is some accomplishment, especially by himself. Got this? I hope so. Ow!
Let's go.
Rude? This is gonna be another song we'll have to look up after. Maruki is looking this way? What? What is he gonna do?
All right.
Let's dance! Persona!
Let's do this.
I can't make you see. Persona! Here.
Great. Ow.
It's time.
Rude?
Hold on. Calm down. Using it. Not bad.
Man, he is really focused on me right now.
I will cut you down. Not bad.
Why does he keep saying he's looking this way other than he's gonna focus on somebody?
I'll break them.
Let's do this. Ow.
Okay.
I mean, if he's just gonna focus on Ren, it almost feels like the others could probably start using their full power. Got the items for it, though.
Persona. Persona.
Not bad.
Being winded.
Saw that. Come.
I appreciate it.
No time for thanks.
I appreciate it.
Everybody healed up.
Let's dance! This is my soul!
This is my other self. I lend it. I still can't do it.
Ooh, is he gonna force a third evolution?
My reality is right before my eyes. I'm sorry. I said I didn't care what happened to me. But I guess I wasn't committed to my words. You too, huh?
Crow-senpai, what are you...
Can't you tell?
You think the same thing, don't you? Of course you do. After all...
No, you can't!
We hesitate right now, we die.
Up there!
I'm all yours. Use me however you want. Now, show us the reality. The reality we wish for.
Maruki.
I am thou, and...
Oh, crap. Ow.
Oh no!
This power is the source and the destination. I will be the light that guides mankind.
That's the persona talking too.
But we are still not going to run. We're going to beat you and go back to our own reality. That's the spirit. Now let's finish this.
Yikes. That is quite the stance. You heard him.
Hey, appreciate it.
No time for thanks.
I appreciate it.
Question is now, do we have to defeat this guy and save Maruki? He's given himself up to save whatever reality he's trying to shape, but
What should I do?
it seems like he's like offering himself up as a sacrifice to this thing.
Let's dance!
Oh. Oh jeez. It's got 3 targets. This is gonna be tough.
Dance, Persona!
So we might as well see what weaknesses it has.
What? It's not working at all!
I am thou.
No, let's have Fox do this. 'Cause that did hurt. The full force power.
I'll break them. Manifest!
No good! Joker, try something else!
Oh boy. I think we should probably guard.
Cannot fail. I must not fail you all.
Wowzers.
If this doesn't stop, I'm gonna try to find a way to get us through this. Just hang in there for a few more seconds.
I believe in you, Futaba.
What? Nothing works?
Phase 2.
Feel my power. Persona!
Oh boy.
The time to end such strife is at hand.
Ow.
I got it. I found his weakness. Joker, the next time he attacks, that's your chance.
Huh.
His head is his weak spot. Though our attacks are ineffective in his normal state. But whenever he attacks, he drops his guard while concentrating all of his power. So if we can target his head as he strikes, we might have a shot.
We've come this far. We ain't gonna give up.
Everyone.
Way better than this!
Don't underestimate our tenacity.
It's just another threat. We'll overcome it like we always do. If I run now, I know I'll regret it. We'll decide for ourselves what we want our lives to be.
I'm a bit occupied, so do your goddamn job.
Oracle, how does it look? Perfect. His head's defense level has dropped down to 0%. Go for it. Finish this, Joker.
That's amazing. Alright. It's time, though.
Checkmate. Why? I gave up everything else. I dedicated all that I have to this, but I still... Why?
You're denying reality.
You mean I'm running away from it all? You nailed it. It's true that I turned my back on the original reality. But where's the harm in that? When it grows to be too much, too painful, every person deserves to escape that! In all honesty, it's best for a person's growth when they tackle their own hardships. But reality doesn't always make that so feasible! No matter how much you try, or work for so long, the smallest injustice can wipe it all out, leave you with nothing! Don't you, of all people, understand that?
Even then, you keep going.
You know, there probably are plenty of people who'd ultimately benefit from your reality. But what about the people who want to take on the world themselves? How's it right to rob them of their opportunities?
I don't think what you're saying is wrong either, Dr. Maruki. Some people want to run from their pain and cling to some other version of reality, like I used to. But the knowledge I gained through that pain and my desire to move on, those are even more precious to me, and I won't let anyone take them from me again.
Yoshizawa-san. So you truly don't want it, huh? Looks like I'm totally finished.
Uh-oh.
The palace is collapsing!
Dr. Maruki, hurry! It's not safe there! Dr. Maruki!
No! It's too late for him!
We're trapped as well! Is there any way?
Everyone, get over here! Hurry! Mona-chan, what are you? This is no time to act tough! Whoever said it was an act?
Mona-senpai, can you fly?
But I'm a car! There's no way I can... No. It's now or never. I have to fly!
I believe! Let's go!
A helicopter.
If you could do this, then say so, damn it! Well, I didn't know! Now I'm downright priceless to the Phantom Thieves.
Sorry to interrupt your little moment of triumph, but couldn't you have made yourself just a bit larger?
Hey, where'd Joker go?
Don't worry.
No way. Was that the copter in the very beginning this whole time? Uh-oh.
We're losing altitude!
What?
Sorry to cut your flight short like that. This place is done for. Along with the entire reality I dreamed of. I have lost. Even if I were to try that fight over, I'm sure I'd only lose again. So I know, this is going to sound pretty stupid. I've been holding this all in for so long, just hiding it from myself. So, please, help me kill every last one of my regrets.
What?
You're the only one I can ask to help me with this.
What? Here for you.
The disappearance of my palace, of the entire metaverse, is drawing near. Seems like neither of us can summon our personas anymore.
Oh dear.
Let's begin.
What? Are we about to throw down?
I gave up everything! Everything!
Let it all out, Maruki.
So why?
We're about to have an old-fashioned throwdown with this guy.
Why? Why, Rumi?
Just let it out, Maruki. I'll set you back straight.
A reality where no one suffers.
Time to wake up. There you go. No.
I'm done. I get it now. All thanks to you.
No. Maruki!
Come on. I said I'm done. Please, let go of my hand.
Honey. We're going back together.
Your eyes are as bright and honest as ever. You keep your head up no matter what. I must have always been afraid.
And change.
Afraid you and I wouldn't wish for the same reality. So bright.
What?
Magnificent.
We have indeed witnessed your decision. Not only have you taken back mankind's future for itself, but you've also re-established our reason for existence. While reality had been wholly distorted, your actions have guided it back towards what it ought to be.
It ought to be?
That is correct. Time itself cannot be rewound, but every past event will revert to the event that should have occurred instead.
Should have occurred instead.
I'll ask you once more. I'd like for you to turn yourself into the police, of your own accord.
I will carve my own path for myself.
Itchy.
I refuse to accept a reality concocted by someone else, stuck under their control for the rest of my days.
What happens to Akechi?
Everything will return to how it should be. Everything. There are no exceptions. Have your regrets begun?
There's no alternative.
It seems you are still resolute in this matter. Choosing such a path must not have been easy for you. For that, you have our utmost respect and gratitude.
Did you see him?
Where could Mona, Akechi-kun, and he be? We've literally looked everywhere.
This is our original reality, right?
I believe so, yes.
The meta-nav is gone. We don't even have a way to check anymore.
At any rate, there's no point in worrying about it here. We should work all of this out somewhere else. You're right. Now that I think about it, we've been out all night too. So let's go to LeBlanc.
Huh?
Samire, let's go!
Oh, right!
What did she find? Does that mean Mona came back to get us?
I'm home.
You didn't tell me you'd be out all night. You should have at least gotten in touch with me about it.
Sorry.
I'm sorry, Sojiro. We're the ones who kept her out so late. We should be apologizing for her.
And we're all back so early in the morning. We're awfully sorry.
Stop apologizing so much. Being worried isn't exactly on my list of favorite activities, but I assume you had a good reason for it, right?
Have you seen him at all lately?
Him? What are you bringing him up for?
You know what his deal is right now, Sojiro?
Well, yeah. He's been locked up since last year.
Oh boy.
Locked up?
What's going on?
It's the reality.
What are you guys talking about? Well, I was gonna ask you that, but now I'm getting a strange feeling that I've been seeing him until fairly recently. Anyways, why don't you all take a seat before I go over his situation?
So he's in juvenile detention.
Well, I need to stock up on a few supplies before I open up shop. Feel free to hang out here while I'm out.
Thank you.
So, this is our original reality, right? Or are we in another different one now?
You know, these unexpected changes could actually be the end results of our actions in our own reality. Remember how he was originally planning on turning himself into the police? Then Akechi-kun did it for him instead.
But that took place in Dr. Maruki's reality, which means he's currently...
So everything that would have happened if it weren't for Dr. Maruki, now it's actually happened?
Right.
You know, what y'all are saying is starting to make sense. But in that case, in the real reality, I mean, the reality we're in right now, what happened with Morgana and Akechi?
Don't say it. Just like with my mom. Now Morgana's. Did someone say my name?
This again?
Recycle gags suck! Why do you always have to get us all worried like that?
Futaba said it for us.
How are you here? Looks like it really was just the metaverse me who disappeared. Eventually, I woke up in Shibuya. Getting all the way back here took some time.
Come on, don't scare us like that. Oh, but wait, does that mean Akechi's...
What is it, Mona-chan? Well, about him.
No. I can't believe Akechi-san's really...
What the hell? So he was fighting that hard, knowing he was gonna disappear the whole time.
So he's incarcerated, and Akechi is...
Yeah.
I thought I'd braced myself for the decision we made, but... this truly is a harsh reality.
We all decided to live our real lives and look to the future from here. But even so... I just can't accept Senpai being stuck behind bars. Why don't we try to help him somehow?
Nice. I'm impressed with the idea.
Yeah, we won't put up with this injustice.
But what can we do to actually help him get out of there? I remember Sis telling me a while ago, in order to overturn a sentence, you need definitive evidence that proves the subject's innocence.
So what you're saying is, we just gotta find that evidence, right?
Then we're on the case.
There's no time for us to waste. We're going to show off what the Phantom Thieves are capable of. One last time.
That's right. Let's go.
We're gonna save our leader no matter what it takes.
Aww.
Really? Now that we know the name, all we need is an address. You're right. We'll succeed if we all do it together. Sis has yet to say anything, but I believe she's looking into possible actions as well. As for me, I will look into every viable solution. Thanks. Make sure you give my regards to Shiho-san. Oh, could we try getting their help as well? I'm sure they would gladly cooperate. would be a great help. I'll leave that to you.
Odo's working hard.
We'll talk again tomorrow. Let's save him, no matter what.
I already told you. There was nothing wrong with his conduct. I was his guardian, so I should know best.
Oh, Sojiro's testifying for us.
I bet you're just trying to dig up some dirt. You probably want to pin a crime on him. But I'm not gonna let that happen. You hear me?
I'll announce his name as the key figure in the completion of the medicine at the next conference.
I think this is all supposed to be vanilla stuff with all of your confidants that you maxed out.
I've heard that Miwa-chan's progress is going well.
Indeed, that's true, but...
I'm certain that this will help prove his good character in the trials. Please, I want to increase his chances of being found innocent as much as possible.
I see. So that's why.
You'll cooperate too, right?
And so we need to release an official opinion from this school to object his arrest to the police. You'll all agree with me, correct? What good are teachers if they don't believe in their students?
Yeah.
Yeah, that's the kid. Also, you guys know someone in public security, right? Won't you introduce me to him? I have to protect him, using whatever means necessary. I'm begging you.
Oh.
Please, I beg of you. Please help me collect enough signatures. I want to help a friend who's innocent. He's a really good guy. He always fights for the sake of others. He's my best friend!
Oh.
A certain young man is faced with a dilemma due to the unjust oppression by the government. He is suffering from a crime he did not commit. He is a promising young man who will support this country's future. What justice is there in a country without it being able to save such an individual? This cannot be allowed!
Yoshida.
Yes, it's thanks to that young man. I would still be trapped in that awful match fixing if not for his support. And now, this honest gentleman is locked up in juvenile hall, despite being innocent. This time, I wish to be the one to come to his rescue.
Please, he doesn't belong in juvenile detention at all. I swear I'll make up for the missed practice. Please, let me take just a short break. Coach?
No deal.
What?
But...
I've got a few connections up my own sleeve that'll probably be more useful than simply doing your own legwork. I'll also try calling around to check if any of my other trainees have some useful info. But if I do this for you, it means you're continuing practice as scheduled. Got it? I'm sure it's what he'd want for you too.
Thank you so much, Coach. You escaped the prison of the heart only to be imprisoned in reality. What a most ironic outcome. Your wish for others' happiness prevailed over your own. However, I feel as though all is finally well. In the end, you willingly chose the correct path. Most importantly, you never compromised your values for your own well-being. The final arcana you have acquired is the world. It is the power for an individual to stand on their own 2 feet, swayed by none. That power shall fuel the hope shared amongst your friends and yourself to strive towards a better future. With the world, you are no longer without a place to belong, and will never trudge a path alone again.
Oh.
My own duties end here as well. You were truly a remarkable guest.
Oh. No more Velvet Room. Hey.
Long time no see. We met last on Christmas Eve, right? Never mind, it's nothing. I have 2 great pieces of news for you today. First, we finally managed to prosecute Masayoshi Shido. He'll likely be found guilty. I'm grateful for your cooperation with the trial. Your testimony proved to be very useful.
Man. I'm glad to hear that.
To be frank, it seemed almost hopeless at one point. But thanks to the civil protests, some of the more indecisive prosecutors came to our side. It will likely be some more time until the hearing begins, but this is the first step to true change. The only charges right now are for breaking election laws, breaking funding control laws, and bribery. I knew that proving the metaverse's existence would be difficult, but I still find myself dissatisfied. Shido did admit to all of his crimes, though, including everything you know about. Now for the other piece of good news. As of today, you'll be free to go.
Woohoo! Why so suddenly?
Shido's confession brought light to the truth of your case. We were able to prove your innocence in the original assault charge that led to your arrest. Your sentence will no doubt be rescinded. You're a free man. The others did everything they could for you. Bringing in the woman who was the victim in your case as a witness was the turning point. To think they'd be able to track down someone involved in a case from well over a year ago. And that wasn't all. An unbelievable amount of support has come in from various other places as well. Regardless, the righteous phantom thieves are gone. All that remains is for us adults to lead society in the right direction. Then again, I have to wonder if you believe what I say.
We made a promise.
Thank you. Still, I'm glad I was able to save you in court. I've never felt so happy in my entire life. I'm not quite sure how to put it, but saving your future meant more to me than my own career. I feel like you even taught me how to live.
You're exaggerating.
That's not true. By the way, there's something that's been on my mind. What did the treasure of my world turn out to be?
Why do you want to know?
I suppose it doesn't matter now one way or the other. There is one more thing. I haven't even told Makoto about this, but I realized something after meeting all of you. My most prized treasure is the justice I use to protect those important to me. Makoto helped show me that as well. Once the Shido case is settled, I'm thinking of quitting my job and becoming a defense lawyer.
Let's go!
I wanted to reform the system, but I'll have to leave that to someone else. Going forward, I want to enact justice not for myself, but for the sake of others.
Listen, I know another amazing pro bono defense lawyer.
Well then, I need to go submit the paperwork for your release. Thank you again for everything you've done. See you later.
Let's go. Oh.
Hey, you kept me waiting. Jeez. To be honest, I didn't really want to come, but Futaba just wouldn't stop bugging me. Anyway, you're a free man now, aren't you? It'd look bad on me if you did something again under my watch. All right, let's go home. It's cold, so get in quick. It's not moving at all.
Due to the railway incident this morning, widespread delays have impacted the various lines and...
Again?
Another accident, huh? Reminds me of that day back in April. Remember when we went to introduce you at the school?
Oh, yeah.
It's almost been a whole year since then. Thinking back, I was pretty awful to you. Throwing you in that storage room all by yourself. And again, soon you're gonna be... Made some great friends here. You better thank them when we get back, all right?
Woohoo! Namaste!
Whoa!
You did it!
It has been a while.
Not bad. You look fine.
I'm glad you seem well. And the best for last, me. So we meet again. It's good to see you.
Same here.
All right, so let's grab a table.
I gotta head out and grab some groceries. I'm sure you guys have plenty to talk about.
Now we're only missing one last person.
She texted me a little while ago that she's finished with practice and heading here.
Oh.
I'm guessing she'll be here any minute now.
Sorry I'm late. Senpai. Welcome back.
All right, that's everyone.
Come on, Sumire, take a seat.
Man, it went well, yeah?
I'm so glad we didn't give up.
This was certainly worth the effort.
We didn't know what to do once you were gone. But then we realized something. Even if we don't have the metaverse or any other special powers, we can still change reality.
If we didn't do that at the very least, we'd be betraying the entire reason we stood up to Maruki.
We'll oppose the injustices of this reality with our own strength. That's what we all agreed upon.
Ever since then, we've been doing just that. Busting our asses trying to get you out of the clink.
Not just us. Everyone who believed in you joined us.
Thanks to that, we've got our leader back.
Liam. Thank you.
What are you talking about? You're the one who took the hit for us.
They treated you fine, right? Actually, did you lose some weight?
We were pretty skinny to begin with.
It would be understandable. I've heard the food in prison is quite foul. So, what did you eat?
Was it bugs? Fermented mackerel? Or maybe durian?
Might be an exaggeration.
You're missing the point.
You're gonna get some good food soon enough, though.
Oh man.
Boss is out getting stuff for our party right now.
Frames, I need you to chill. This is not the time.
Come on, everyone's back together. It's time to celebrate.
I guess you really were hungry. Oh, and that wasn't you?
That was either Sumire or Morgana.
Sorry about that.
Oh, it was Sumire.
Sojiro will be back soon. Just hang in there.
Oh yeah! Sorry for not minding my business. But we heard from boss, you're going back home next month? Can't you stay here? Sure, we proved you're not guilty, but people are still gonna label you there, aren't they? Ain't it just gonna be uncomfortable going back?
Aww.
What's the matter? We were all so excited a moment ago. How about this? If our leader is leaving, the Phantom Thieves are truly disbanding, correct? Today, we can celebrate his release and commemorate the day of our disbandment.
What kind of commemoration is that?
I was serious when I said it. It sounds like a good idea to me.
I guess you're right. We just gotta double our excitement for today.
About that, there's something I need to tell you guys. I've decided to go with him when he leaves.
What?
He's pretty special after all. Plus, we need someone there in case he turns back into a delinquent.
Wow. Sorry, I've got a phone call. It's from a Mr. Kettle. I've never been a delinquent.
Really? Either way, I want you guys to add my farewell party to the one we're having tonight.
I don't know. Is that important?
You're not leaving for another month, right?
It is far too early for a farewell party.
That'll just muddy the purpose of this celebration. Oh, how dare you! Sumire, at least you're on my side, right?
Me? Then, what say we call this a second round welcoming party?
That's the ticket, my re-welcoming party. Nobody can complain about that. So, for the food at my party, I demand sushi! Sushi!
We're gonna.
Man, you guys are loud. I could hear you from outside.
Chief, they're so mean!
Noisy as always.
Hey, I'm not some normal cat!
I can't understand what you're saying to me, you know. Here.
No, I would much rather have sushi than something like... This is delicious!
What an assertive little guy. I wonder where he got that from.
That's just part and parcel of who I am. The one, the only Morgana.
Stop trying to talk so big. You're just a cat now.
Shut up! I don't need to hear that from some dumb ape.
What was that?
It's things like that. You get angry so fast. Oh, and you're vulgar.
Wow.
You little... Why don't you go disappear again?
Shut up! We're supposed to be celebrating, not fighting!
They're at it again.
You guys never change, do you?
Seriously, that weirdo Inari.
Who are you calling a weirdo?
Don't worry. Being weird is just a sign of your individuality.
Very true.
You don't need to defend him about that.
Well, anyways, we're all here now. Let's kick this party off!
Very well.
Sojiro, I want sushi!
Home really is what you make of it.
But seriously.
Right. No, pretty sure it wasn't. Sure wasn't.
Nice.
No? Cognition? What?
Oh!
Stop glowing. Hmm. Hmm. Did what you put your mind to, Morgana. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. Oh no! Tomorrow's Valentine's Day! And now we truly have to choose! Oh boy. Yeah? Good stretch. Also thinking about Cat, just a random side thought, thinking about Cat Morgana and Mike mentioning Kitty Go-Go. Now I'm kind of wondering if I can come up with a Morgana Kitty Go-Go style emote. Maybe. We'll see about it. I have become really attached to this game. Heck, I've even thought of making sub and other alert notifs in terms of this game. Like with the persona or the arcana vows, like I am thou and stuff, so we'll see. Well, I don't know, maybe we can see them both. I mean, we've got an amount of time left still. So maybe we can see them both. We did save after this, so... So... I wonder if we don't respond, if we could save. I'm guessing it's not, or we just choose not to. Okay, let's choose Sumire first. Then we could probably go back and watch Makoto. Right?
Come on, let's go to bed. You're working at the shop from tomorrow onward, right?
Right. Oh wow, the Phantom Thief site really got up high. It's Valentine's Day! I mean, I know that means something different over in Japan, but...
Oh, right. Today's Valentine's Day. No wonder there were so many guys bringing girls in here. Don't you have anything exciting happening? I mean, you've been here nearly a whole year.
I mean... Chat, do you have any of your favorite love, hug, or related emotes? Oh, look at the date, too! That's cute! Like a little ribbon, a little chocolate pattern, and a little heart and Tuesday. That's cute.
You know, when I was young, ooh boy.
Dojiro.
Good evening. I didn't know you were still working. Sorry for stopping by so late.
Oh, you should have just told me. Here, I'll leave the store to you. Enjoy yourselves.
That's considerate of him. I hope I'm not imposing. I know I already saw you before, but I really wanted to have some time with you today. So I thought I'd stop by on the way home from practice.
I'm glad I got to see you.
Same here. I had so much I was going to say once I finally got to talk to you. But now that you're here, and I can see your face for myself, none of it seems so important anymore.
Sorry that I worried you.
It's alright. I understand why you did what you did. On another note, I brought you something. It's chocolate, since it's Valentine's Day today.
Oh, it's so cute! It actually reminds me of one of the first times Spirit brought chocolate for me. He actually got it with a little teddy bear that looks pretty similar to that one in a sense. So it just makes it all the more sentimental. It's adorable! I'm touched.
Normally, I'd find that a little melodramatic, but I'm glad to hear it, really.
Amiri's chocolate. Ooh, it's an SP item.
Just checking, but we're back in the real world, right? Oh, I wanted to say, Senpai, ever since that day, I've finally been living for myself, as myself. And from now on, I always will. So, may I sit next to you? You're going back to your hometown soon, yes?
Want to come with?
It's sweet of you to ask. But I'm going to keep working hard. Wherever you are, I'll make sure you hear about me. She always said she performed best when thinking about someone she loved. I think I finally understand Kasumi, what she was trying to say. When I think about you, I get the feeling the competition's going to go just fine.
What are you talking about?
I think you know what I mean.
Oh.
Perfect timing. You've got a guest.
Hi.
Sorry to bother you this early in the morning. I was wondering if you'd like this. There's no obligation, of course.
Oh. Obligation chocolate.
You've helped me through a lot. I wanted to express my appreciation. Sorry for how this is coming off. I didn't mean for it to seem like I'm just dumping my leftovers on you.
Not at all, thank you.
I'm the one who should be thanking you. So, thank you.
Well, look at this hotshot. Lucky guy having a gorgeous lady drop by this early just to give you treats.
I hope you don't mind that I stopped by today. No doubt you already got some from someone special. I should really be going anyway. Sorry to impose. And this is hardly the end of my debt, of course. Chocolate isn't going to cover all you've done for me. See you around.
Morning! We usually don't run into each other here, huh? Oh, yeah. This is for you.
Oh.
I was going to give it to you at school, but as long as we're both here, have some chocolate. You know, for Valentine's Day.
As friends?
As friends. Close friends. I'll be counting on you.
That's kind of sweet, though.
Hello. I'm glad I caught you. I wanted to give you this.
Oh.
I thought it'd be best to wait until today. After all, if you got one from someone special, I wouldn't want to intrude.
Haru!
You always do so much for me. This is the least I could give in return.
Thanks.
Of course. We should get coffee again sometime too. Just let me know when you're free.
Oh, I'm glad I got to see you.
Hifumi!
I'm relieved you're safe. On that note, I have a small gift for the occasion, if you'll accept it. Apparently these days, people give chocolate to friends, even when it's purely platonic.
I have heard that.
Seems like a fine opportunity to celebrate your return, and express my gratitude.
I'll gladly take it.
I hope Shogi brings us even closer together.
Welcome back. I wasn't sure I'd even see you, but I guess this is good timing. Here, take this.
Oh.
Figured you deserved a little appreciation.
As friends?
Who knows? Don't get your hopes up. Sounds like you've been through a lot. It's kind of a relief to see you're the same as ever. Remember, I'm pretty close by if you ever come down with something. Call whenever you need to. See you later then.
Oh.
I know it's sudden, but could you watch the store? I gotta head out for a bit. Think you can keep an eye on things?
Sure.
Oh, were you working? Sorry to distract you. I thought I'd stop by on the way home from work. Partly so I could give you this.
Oh.
You've done so much for me after all. I wanted to say thanks.
I'll gladly accept it.
Oh, and I didn't get to say it at work, but welcome back. I'm glad you're safe. Oh, right. I whipped up a little study guide for the classwork you missed. It should cover most of the important stuff. If you're still having trouble with any of it, you can always ask me, okay? I'm your teacher. That's my job. Anyway, I'll see you at school.
It's so wholesome.
Oh, perfect timing. You got a sec?
Futaba.
I just wanted to give you something. Don't worry, not gonna make it weird. Just, if Sojiro saw, he'd get ideas and start freaking out. So, here you go.
I mean, she's not wrong.
A chocolatey gift for my friend and squad mate. If you want to pay me back, I'll take a year's supply of instant noodles.
That's a lot.
What? You thought I was serious? Relax. It's just a gift from me to you. 'Cause you're my key item, right? And you always will be.
It's so sweet. Oh, right.
Weren't girls supposed to give chocolate to the guys they like yesterday? Hey, are you going to be okay? My gentlemanly nature is making me worry about you.
What do you mean?
Hey, what did you do?
What?
Outside the store? Is that...
What?
Whoa.
Oh no!
Last night.
Oh no!
Did you think you'd just try and trick this romantically impaired fool? Take it.
Hey, kid, say something.
Oh no, game, are you serious? I didn't know they were gonna do this. I mean, I guess it makes sense, but oof. Oh no, and we go back and do it with Bakoto versus Sumire. Oh my gosh. I do want the chocolates.
Are you making a fool of me?
Oh, I was just about to go shopping. Take your time.
Bullseye, what'd you do? I didn't do anything! Technically. I started dating Sumire when we were already dating Makoto. It was Valentine's Day, and Makoto and Sumire texted me saying they wanted to spend time together. I chose Sumire, and now the game is getting back at me! They give me the option, and now they're making it backfire! And I honestly thought we were in the clear. And how are you, Minstrel? What a time for you to walk in on.
I'll see you later. If you survive.
Oh boy, someone did mention a fist of justice. Well. Oof. Yuji.
Cheer up. Here, have this.
Oh. Oh.
What a pain, though. I had to come up with this whole web of lies for you. I was having him help out at the store. I didn't realize it was Valentine's Day. Don't worry, he always talks about you. You're his one and only.
Oh boy.
That was enough to get you off the hook for now. But make sure your story matches mine. Got it?
Girls took their chocolates home with them. Oh. Oh my gosh, I can't imagine what it would be like if you have multiples, if you have the harem. And you only have to choose one. Oh my gosh. New. Oh, it's the day after my birthday. Here. At least she didn't go the Stardew route, right?
You sure you want me hanging around? I can step out for a bit if you like.
No, I'd prefer you stick around. Everyone I owe something to has got to hear this. I'm thinking about moving away.
Yuji.
Moving?
It's just a hell of a lot's happened this past year, you know? It's got me thinking about the future.
Are you saying you're gonna move back with us? Also, you've been alright here, been a bit harried with work stuff, but so it goes. Oh no! Well, I do hope you can get through it and take some time to be able to rest and relax and unwind.
And how I still want to get back on the track team. That's why I want to move closer to a physical rehab facility. Get my knee fixed up while going to school.
Aww.
At the earliest, all this is gonna kick off starting next month.
I see. That is quite sudden.
Actually, I've got some news too. I'm in the middle of looking into studying abroad. Just short term.
Ooh.
I've been wondering what would be the smartest move for my career, so...
You're moving too.
Both Haru and I are looking for places to live on our own, starting next month.
Right, because they're seniors.
In fact, our moves will probably occur around the same time as Ryuji's. I plan to keep learning about the business while also attending college. That's why Mako-chan and I were talking about how we won't be able to get together like we used to.
Are you gonna tell them too?
So...
Futaba.
I passed the entrance exam. I'm gonna be a high schooler starting in April.
Aw, congrats.
First high school, then college, then I can finally research cognitive science for real.
Even you, Futaba? No, I apologize. I should be wishing you all the best of luck.
Nah, you do have a point.
We are going our separate ways.
We'll always be connected.
Oh, you mean the bonds we all have? That's a great point.
It seems you're all taking great strides forward. I, however, will not be going anywhere until I've completed my current painting.
How long will it take you, Yusuke?
No matter how many years it takes, I will express this feeling that's grown within me since we first banded together.
That's still some kind of stride though, ain't it?
No matter what we may go through, or how many times we may stumble, we'll follow the path we believe in. That's what the Phantom Thieves are all about. Stop trying to be such a cool cat. I am not a cat! Yeah, I guess I am.
There's still no way I'm accepting Doc's reality, but if it weren't for going through that, I don't know if I would have felt this way now. It's like following through with what I want to do in life. I guess I learned how to really believe in my future.
In that case, wouldn't you say Sumire learned the same thing?
Right, where is she?
I mean, she is at training camp right now.
Oh.
Indeed.
Oops.
While her viewpoint may differ from the Phantom Thieves' beliefs, there's still much we can learn from her.
Oh, that reminds me. Sumire left something with me.
Oh?
She told me she forgot to give us this the other day. Is that a newspaper clipping?
Right, didn't she find that on the ground out after we all got outside of the palace?
Guess it was lying on the ground when we got out of Dr. Maruki's palace. This article!
It's the case about Dr. Maruki's loved one. The one whose family was murdered.
I'd be willing to bet this is Doc's treasure.
Oh.
So her case was the origin of Maruki's distortion.
So what happened to him? Didn't we save his life? Like, didn't Morgana come back for us?
Would you hold on to this?
Sure.
We've all got to keep living with our eyes focused on our dreams. Otherwise, Dr. Maruki's gonna give us all kinds of shit.
You're absolutely right.
Well, I'm very impressed. You've all become quite mature. So let me throw you a little celebration in honor of the next chapters of your lives. Order whatever you'd like, on me.
Aww.
Thank you. Oh yeah! It's all you can eat and drink, people!
Boss, thank you for the generosity.
That wasn't what I said. Could you at least go easy on me? Whatever you guys want.
Woohoo!
Hell
Great
yeah.
cheese!
Grab a ton
Aren't we
of
lucky?
Sushi!
Sumire. Wait. How does she have that, though? Or... Seriously, how does she have that? If that came from the altered reality, wouldn't it have disappeared? But it's still such a cute photo. It takes me back. But you've changed now. Ooh. That's a great photo. You've grown. Of course. Aww. It's okay to be emotional. Artifacts of alternate realities often pop up in such stories, whether or not they should. True. It makes far less sense when dealing with time travel. Noom!
Oh yeah. You ready for tomorrow?
Tomorrow?
White Day. That's tomorrow, right?
Uh-oh.
You had kind of a rough Valentine's Day. So, now you got a chance to redeem yourself. What's your plan? You've at least got some kind of present ready, right?
What should I do?
Get it together, kid. Sometimes I don't know if you're fearless or just plain careless. Fine. Listen up, and I'll give you the recipe for the ultimate date.
That'd be great.
Whoa, the chief has an ultimate date plan? I better listen in too, just in case.
First off, you're gonna need a gift. This won't work without one. Can't go wrong with flowers. Just make sure you buy them before the date. You gotta present them near the end. Surprise her, so you can't let her see you buying them on the date. Got it?
Huh. Gotta give them flowers, huh? I gotta take notes.
What's funny is this actually does sound like the music from the classroom parts. Where's Mona going to find another talking cat to date? He's probably still set on trying to date On.
Next, think about where you're taking her. You're gonna want somewhere with the right atmosphere, but it's gotta be peaceful. Oh, how about that new aquarium exhibit in Shinagawa? Just saw a commercial for it. Might be a good spot, right?
The aquarium's a good place for a date. I see.
Now, once the date part's over, you gotta take her out to dinner. Somewhere nice, too. But it's kinda last minute to make reservations. All the fancy places get booked pretty fast around White Day.
Okay, right. Too late to make any reservations. Wait, what?
Any way around that?
Damn it. I don't usually do this, but I know a place. Can't guarantee anything. I bet they're full up too. But you might get an edge if you mention my name.
Oh?
Wow, amazing! Chief has connections!
So once you're at dinner, you get to talking, enjoying yourselves. That's when you give it to her.
The flowers?
Good. You were paying attention. It's the perfect time to surprise her. That ought to do it. Just follow the plan and you're safe.
Wow, this plan is foolproof. Leave it to the chief.
Oh no, are we gonna have to choose again?
Well, I taught you my secrets. The rest is on you. Do your prep and make those reservations.
Got it.
Good luck. On that note, I'm going home. Now it's up to you.
You should start prepping right away. Don't waste the chief's advice, all right?
Right. Can we please
Let's
save?
see. The reservation comes first. You remember that restaurant Chief told you about?
Thank you for calling, sir. Were you looking to make a reservation?
Table for 2 on the 14th.
I'm sorry, sir, but I'm afraid we're fully booked for tomorrow.
White Day is crazy, huh? But don't worry. All you have to do is mention the chief.
I'm a friend of Sojiro Sakura.
You're a friend of Mr. Sakura's? My apologies, sir. If you could just hold for one moment. Thank you for your patience. You wanted a dinner course for 2 on the 14th.
Wow.
We will have a table ready for you.
Wow.
Dang, the chief has serious clout.
Could I ask your name and contact information?
Okay, your dinner plans are locked in. Now you just gotta get the flowers, and then it's off to the aquarium and dinner. It's gonna be busy tomorrow, so we'd better get rest while we can.
Man, this is flying by. Does it mean we're gonna take Sumire?
Today's the day. Let's go get those flowers. Think there was a florist in that underground passage in Shibuya.
Let's do it.
Oh, we can save. Interesting. We'll make this one just in case. Okay, so that was saving then, and we moved to this point. Okay. Well, yeah, we used to work here.
Oh, what brings you here today?
I'm here for a gift.
I see. Okay, leave it to me.
I mean, I'm sure Makoto would be fine with punching you again.
That should do it. I tried to keep it as simple as possible. Okay, that comes out to...
Hold on. Let me cover this one. You've been taking care of me yourself, so...
You have money?
I need to express appreciation for you, too.
Good luck! I'm rooting for you!
Okay, now you're all ready for the date. You know who you plan on inviting, right? Don't worry, I'm a gentleman who knows his manners. I won't be tagging along. All right, good luck out there.
Ooh, is Mona secretly loaded? Well, if we did have the money we were spending on all of the party, he probably would have access to it. Question is, where is he getting it from? Who knows? His what? His coin purse. Jeez. Spirit, always present with the puns. I feel like I should be consistent here. I mean, like, that would patch things up with Makoto, but at the same time, White Day is about thanking those that actually gave you chocolate. And we actually didn't get chocolate from Makoto, technically. So again, at this point, we might just go back and redo those to see what happens. Dear. Okay, so we'll go with Sumire.
Yes, Yoshizawa speaking.
I want you to come to Shinagawa.
Right now? Of course, that's fine. I don't have practice today, so I'll head over right away. See you there!
Get ready to head to Shinagawa. I am glad they gave you the chance to pause and save there, goodness. And good, we got to change clothes and actually go on some date clothes.
There are so many different kinds of fish. I'd never have realized just seeing them from a distance. They're all so beautiful.
I do enjoy an aquarium, though.
Come to think of it, I remember we had a family trip to an aquarium when I was younger. Kasumi was so excited to see the fish, but apparently I was so scared I cried the whole time.
Oh. How is it now?
Oh, I'm having fun now. Senpai? If I'm wrong, you can just tell me, but is this a date for White Day?
Of course.
I knew it! I'm so glad I got to spend it with you, Senpai. Since we're on a nice date like this, though, we might as well have fun.
Oh, even the date has a little ribbon and a heart seal on it. That's cute. Sumire seems pleased.
Oh, wait. I think this is the end of the exhibit. Thank you for taking me out today. I'll be even more motivated for tomorrow's practice.
Let's say we keep this going.
What?
Wait, is this also Pi Day? Technically it is. 3/14.
Well, I suppose I'll take you up on that.
Alright, Sojiro, where'd you send us?
This restaurant is beautiful. I'm impressed, Senpai.
Oh, it really is pretty. I hope you enjoy it.
Of course! Oh, right. Inside voices. Sorry about that. Love is so strange. I feel so happy when I'm with my boyfriend, but even tiny failures get me so depressed. As long as I've got you, though, I feel like I can get through anything.
I feel the same way.
Senpai, I'm glad we're on the same level, so to speak. Oh, sorry. Sorry about that.
Ladies and gentlemen, thank you for joining us on this special day.
What's about to happen?
We wish you all an unforgettable evening, with one last finishing touch from us.
Huh? Looks like something's happening. Oh, it's gorgeous.
Ooh. I have a gift for you.
What? Thank you so much. I never saw this coming, but I'm so happy.
Surprise.
I've never been surprised like this. I keep falling in love with you all over again. I guess you put a lot of effort into this date. But I shouldn't have expected anything less, Senpai. You take care of everybody, and you always put their happiness before anything else.
This is indeed quite the view. I'm curious what kind of place Sojiro has the inside track into. Yo, Sojiro so much right now, and Makoto.
But I don't want this to be one-sided. One day, I want to take care of you like you do for me.
Aww.
Though, I guess that might not be for a while.
I look forward to it.
Thank you. It'll definitely happen eventually, so please be patient. Okay, maybe I'm getting a little too worked up about it. We still have some time left tonight.
Oops.
Can I stay with you just a little longer?
Aww. Noom.
Hey, you're finally taking off tomorrow.
Sojiro said you don't have to help out here today.
Go and see your friends before you leave.
Aww. Okay.
Off you go then.
Try not to cry.
Aww. Okay. Do I have to game, please? I know.
I'll just add this.
Okay. Save here. Okay. This is probably going to be the last goodbye, and I feel like I'd like to end the game on a good note. So I think if we're gonna go back and see what the scenes are with Makoto versus Sumire, that now would probably be the time to do that. Let's see. Let's do that. But here, I think? Could always pull up a video. That's true. That is true. I know that probably would take us back through a bit of stuff, even though we'd be speeding through it. I don't know, I'm thinking about it. What do y'all feel like? I guess that would matter to you, all of you most of all. Is we would be speeding through all of the stuff that isn't surrounding Valentine's and White Day. I guess it'd just be a matter of trying to find specific stuff. Because if I find a video, it's probably going to be of one of all the dates. I'll think on that. Some stuff. Gee. Okay. They just do it whatever seems good to you, found with just one Makoto and no one talking. Saw you got hit with the fist of justice. Yep. Yep, you called it 5. Wasn't it you that said that? Permission to pose? Go ahead. You think it's even before the boss fight? Because we did spend Christmas with Makoto. We did spend Christmas with Makoto. Okay. Nope, shush. Okay. Okay, cool. That would probably help us out. Great, hold please. Do some tweaking. Again, still go there, that's perfect. Move some stuff around real quick. And yep. Okay, we're not gonna see the final goodbye. 10 power. I think I like how the title says no cheating. Oh my gosh. Ah, dear. Let me up the quality. Unlike this playthrough, I know! I am aware. But still, I don't know how many more times I'll actually go and play through this game. And Sumeria is so cute, and we got a hug, dang it! We actually got a hug from somebody. Video? Hello? Tried to up the quality on it, but it's being weird. There we go. Oh, now the quality went back down again. Okay, there we go. Great, hold tight. We're gonna swap over. This one? Yeah. Okay, and then y'all don't have any audio at all because you can't hear. Can't hear the game. Perfect. Alright, let's see.
Come on, let's go.
Oh. Ads. Oh. I didn't realize I had chat on here.
Oh, right. Today's Valentine's Day. No wonder there were so many guys bringing girls in here. Don't you have anything exciting happening? I mean, you've been here nearly a whole year. You know, when I was young. Ooh, boy.
Good evening. Sorry to barge in like this.
Oh, you should have just told me. Here, I'll leave the store to you. Enjoy yourselves.
Uh-oh. Darn ad. Hang on.
He was quite considerate. Welcome home, once again. At least you're aware of it. I was scared out of my mind, you know? It was like you disappeared. And after that, I find out you turned yourself in? I forgive you, but you need to stop shouldering all the burdens on your own, okay? I want to support you, especially when you're hurting. We can get through our problems together. Sorry, I didn't mean to turn this into a lecture. That's not why I came here anyway. Chocolate. For you. I'm afraid it's not homemade, but... That's nice, but you'll have to actually eat it eventually, okay? We came back, right? We're in the real world this time? I've been studying hard. I'm looking to apply to law school. My dream of becoming a police commissioner remains the same. Can I sit next to you? You're going back next month, right?
Right.
Sure, just let me get my tickets. I wish. But
that was fast.
Our relationship can survive a little distance, right? Can I tell you something? When I was a Phantom Thief, I was driven by one goal: to help those who were unjustly suffering. And that hasn't changed, of course. That goal still keeps me going. But now, I have something else too. Now, I have someone I want to be happy. I want to stand beside them. Not as a phantom thief, but as myself.
Oh.
Someone very special.
Something wrong? Huh? Okay. Thank God you said something. I was getting kind of worried. Today's, well, you know. Okay, let me get changed and I'll meet you there.
This is still sweet.
It's beautiful. I've been to aquariums before, but they never seemed quite as magical as this. That was a long time ago, though. My father took me here once when I was in grade school. My sister would have gone, but I think she stayed home that day. Too busy studying for some exam. Hey, is this in return for Valentine's Day? You
Oh, boo.
really didn't have to go to all this trouble, but I'm glad you did. Thank you. Hey, are you hungry? I think we've seen everything here. We could go get some dinner if you want.
Dang it, video. Everything's just one act up. But this is sweet. And thank you, 10th Hour, for finding this.
What? Really? Well, now you've got my hopes up. I guess we'd better get going. This restaurant really is lovely. You don't say. Sounds like you've got some friends in high places then. If you're trying to be unbelievably smooth, it's working. Especially earlier when you went to the staff to get our reservation. You were so composed. That was the most adult I've ever seen you.
Oh.
Sorry, I need to step out for a moment. Sorry about that.
Ladies and gentlemen, thank you for joining us on this special day. We wish you all an unforgettable evening, with one last finishing touch.
So does White Day sort of split Valentine's Day in two? It kind of does. Is that in Japan, Valentine's Day is for girls to give guys chocolate.
Wow.
And White Day is for guys to return the favor. So yeah, it kind of does. Valentine's Day and White Day do that. Whereas here in the US, Valentine's Day is about both loved ones celebrating and such.
What? Thank you. Seems unreal, like something that only ever happens on TV. But now that it's happening to me, I don't know what to think. I'm just so happy. Is it because I don't have experience in these things? Would I know what to say if I dated someone before?
That's not true.
Really? Well, either way, I'm so happy right now. I guess you planned today out to the smallest detail, huh? Thank you. Really. Now that I think of it, this is just like you. Whenever you go to this much trouble, it's always for someone else's sake. I need to start following your example. Thanks. Hey, do you have to be anywhere after this? If not,
we should spend some more time together. Wait, I don't mean to come off as clingy or anything. It's all this romance in the air. I don't know how to deal with it. Still, if it's just for one evening, we can lean into it, right?
I'll say it again. You owe Sojiro so much, right? Ooh, okay. So the question is, if we didn't date one or more people, is this going to be any different? We'll hold off. We'll hold that on the back burner for now. And we will swap back over to the regular game. So let's pull that back over. Hold on, chat. You're going for a ride. Okay, because I've got to swap you from one monitor to the other. Doke. Yeah, Sojiro really does have the hookup, let me tell you. Alright. Well, now we won't see about loading and we can move on. So, most of it I think is going to be our confidants that we've maxed out, so we can reflect on that. I mean, look at this. We've done pretty well for our first time playthrough. We could have been a little more efficient, especially in thinking of the times we were trying to worry about raising our stats, and we got stats from hanging out with our confidants and stuff. We almost got Chihaya to level 10 had the days not kind of messed us up in the weather and stuff like that. But we did pretty darn good. Alright. Let's start with you, Futaba.
Good news! Kana-chan passed her high school entrance exam. She sent me a message this morning.
Oh, tell her congrats.
I told her I was getting into high school too, and she says we can make our student debuts together.
Oh.
So, you know that promise in the book? The one about going to school? This means, like, I did it, right?
Excellent job.
So, I'm awesome, right? Can I get that in writing? Honestly though, the idea of not having Sojiro or everyone else around is the scariest part. But I know I can't stay in my room forever, and that's way more important. I feel like I've been getting more curious every day. I want to see and learn so much stuff. So I want you to have this. It's proof I'm moving on.
Aww.
As I only changed this much thanks to the notebook. And you, of course. If you ever feel lonely, just look at this notebook and remember that I've got your back. Okay?
Aww.
Saying goodbye to me? Cut it out. You're gonna see me tomorrow. Just remember to pack once you get back, you hear? I don't want you forgetting anything important here.
No, not yet.
What's wrong? Well, we've all been through a lot, but it seems like everything's changed for the better. Try to behave yourself back home, would you? Not like you ever listened to me anyway.
Aww.
Here, I want you to have these. I've got them memorized already. With that stuff, you can make the same... Well, no, that'd be a waste. Put your own spin on the flavor. Develop it. Make it yours. Come on, you should get going. Still got things to do, right?
Okay, well, I don't know what it meant by probation diary. Like, that meant I couldn't save anymore? Still. Alright, well, let's go. We did get a notification. Makoto? Sure, let's go.
sorry to bother you when you're so busy, but I wanted to see you before you left. It won't be long until I'm living alone, too. We'll both have to get used to the quiet.
You can do it, Makoto.
Somehow it's easier to believe when I hear you say it. My sister and I are actually going to go look at my new place soon. A year ago, all this would have been unthinkable for me. But nobody told me to do this. It's a path I chose for myself. Of course, I'd never have gotten to this point alone. You gave me the push I needed. Back then, I was just another honors student. Meeting you helped me change how I define myself.
Aww.
So I want you to have this. It helped me learn to love studying. One day, I'll be a police commissioner. I know it won't be easy, but I also know I'll never give up. By giving this to you, I want to prove that. And I hope it'll comfort you when I can't be there myself. It doesn't matter if we're far apart. Our hearts will be as close as ever. And that'll help me keep fighting.
Aww. I kind of wonder why Makoto decided to pick such a noisy place. See? Oh, Takumi and Sai are here. Okay, so let's head back. Ah. Hey.
You look like you're doing well. I decided to stop by after work. I used to come by this area on occasion. I was always a fan of LeBlanc's coffee. It's tomorrow, right? The day you go home?
Still trying to catch me.
Right. I'm taking you in. On the record, you've been cleared of all the crimes you were accused of. Unfortunately, the stigmas that came with them are a little harder to simply wipe away. You might find that even now, sometimes it'll feel like the whole world's against you. So, just in case, take this.
Ooh.
Whenever you need help, I'll be on your side. Remember that. I'll be doing my part to bring some real justice to our legal system. Can't rely on the phantom thieves forever.
I kind of wonder how easy it would be to convert over from being a prosecutor to a defense attorney. I am curious about that. Where to? Interesting. Now let's go find Takumi-san.
Oh, hey. You're going home tomorrow, right? Then let me give you an update. So, about Miwa-chan. Her symptoms started fading pretty soon after administering the new medicine.
Oh man. I'm glad to hear that.
Yeah, I'm relieved too. And it's all thanks to you. Thank you for supporting me through it all. Same goes for the situation with Oyamada. You did everything you could to help me with it. I don't know where all that devotion comes from. Maybe I should take a cue from you. Here, I want you to have this. You saved Miwa-chan. It's only fair that you get to meet her someday. Let's see. Once Miwa-chan's all better, maybe the both of us could take a trip to visit you. Keep your health in check. I want you there to welcome us with a smile, okay?
Oh. This is so wholesome. I don't mind. it was the girl with that one thing that was going on. It wasn't Miwa, but it was her. Okay, who's here? Oh wow, a lot of our contacts are here too. Well? Yoshida, it's been so long.
You're heading home tomorrow, I hear. It'll be a new start. You've got my blessing, whatever that's worth. I recall the days when you helped me out with my speeches here.
You'll always have my support.
We'll be treading separate paths, but as long as we share a common purpose, I'm sure I'll see you again. If I've earned the support of an upright young man like you, well, that must surely be my greatest achievement. You expect farewells to be so sad, but here we are beaming. From now on, your life is your own to live. Now, I suppose I'd better send you off with a parting gift.
Oh?
It's an incredibly expensive fountain pen I bought back when I'd strayed from the right path. Embarrassingly enough, I hardly used it. I hope you'll put it to better use than I did.
Oh.
Whatever new chapters you write with that pen, I'll be watching for them.
Oh, so fitting. Okay. Oh wow, a lot of them are hanging out on Central Street. It's probably Yusuke on. Okay. Let's go down to these first. Yusuke!
Oh, that's right. You'll be departing tomorrow. It's sad to see this as a season of farewells, but I didn't expect we'd all go our separate ways.
It's going to get lonely.
Yes. But I suppose that in itself is a bizarre thought. After all, this time last year, we were but strangers. Do you remember the painting I submitted to that competition? Desire and Hope it was. Well, I would like to bestow it upon you as a parting gift.
Wow.
As of now, my canvas is still blank. It's not for lack of inspiration. There's so much I want to express, I can barely contain my passion. But my heart has not led me astray yet. I'll paint as it guides me. Even should I scar my work with doubt, hesitation, chaos. Certainly, that's a beauty all its own. Your life is no worse for its own scars. Your truest beauty lies in them. And I hope you tell me their stories someday.
Oh. Hang on. Here we go. We've got on.
Oh. Did you come here for souvenirs? This place has everything. I'm busy getting ready for my study abroad, too. Gotta research schools, places to live, but we're all splitting off to do our own thing, huh? Honestly, it's not really hitting me yet.
We'll see each other again.
Yeah, totally. It's not like we're all leaving forever. I mean, we still have the group chat. I'll still be messaging you all, and you gotta respond. By the way, a little girl stopped me the other day in Shibuya. She said she saw me in magazines, and that she wants to be just like me when she grows up. It felt incredible. Oh, right. Vague did a special piece on me in this month's issue.
Aw.
I said it all in the interview, but I'm gonna work hard. One day, I'll be modeling across the world. I've gotta reach people. I wanna give someone hope, like you did for me. Thank you for all you've done. The days I spent with you were some of the brightest in my life. Once I'm a star, I'm gonna shine even brighter though. So you watch out for me.
And I don't know if it's gonna hit me yet that this is over. Like, there's so much going on and it's so good. Maru.
Oh? It's a little strange meeting here. That reminds me, the new coffee shop venture is progressing toward opening its first location. Actually, I'll be involved with its launch even while attending college.
I'd love to go enjoy a cup.
We do have plans to expand into other regions. Perhaps one may pop up in your town. From now on, I'll have to balance my studies and the company. No easy task, I'm sure. But it's all for the sake of making my dream come true. I swear I'll make this work. By the way, I tried making something for you.
Aww.
I'd like to sell handcrafted goods at my cafe as well. So this is the first step in my practice. I want to live up to my grandfather's reputation after all, and my father's legacy. It has to be a comforting, welcoming place for everyone. Some place to spend your peaceful hours. Once it opens, we should all meet up there. Just like our days at LeBlanc.
Aww. Like, I'm gonna be saying aw through all of this because it's just so sweet. Yep, there's Ryuji.
Yo, man, spring break's supposed to be the most fun part of the year, but instead you're just moving away. Then again, so am I. I guess this is probably the last time we'll be meeting up here.
Be sure to come by.
Don't even have to ask. I was already gonna do that. Spring break is gonna be boring as hell anyway. Wait a sec. Your hometown isn't near the countryside, is it? I was just thinking it'd be great to run and train somewhere out where it's all big, naturey open space. Honestly, even with the rehab, I don't know if my leg's ever gonna be how it was before. But when I think about how much I want to run, well, I figure there's no point lying to myself. Nothing's guaranteed. I don't know if I'm gonna get anywhere, but well, you could say that for any goal, right? I don't want to live stuck on regrets or shame. I'd rather just run and keep on running.
Aww.
And hey, you better practice too. See, if we share our times, we can even compete from far away. And when I think about going to school without you guys, I don't know. I can't imagine it. It's nice feeling like I got a future worth looking forward to for once, though. And it's all thanks to you, man.
Hmm. Who else is out here? Oh yeah, Lavenza. Kaoru! Calm down. You got into high school! Congrats! Good luck.
Yeah, I hear you're heading home tomorrow. Perfect. I got a story for you. Karu got accepted to high school. He'll be a Shujin Academy student in the spring.
He'll be in good hands.
Thanks, man. Karu will be stoked when I tell him. He says he wants to become like you. Well, being a bro means someone will be following your footsteps. But I can't leave everything to you. I'm the parent here, so I gotta do my job. Oh yeah, here. It's an EY family gecko. Take good care of it, okay?
Aww.
Having you around the place helped me realize times sure have changed. But I'm not going obsolete just yet. I still got more to learn, just like you. Looks like you got plenty of guys following your lead now. I'm real glad we met. Take care.
This is so wholesome.
So, you have come to say farewell. I have some words of reflection for you in this time of parting. This twisted, broken world sought to crush you, yet you salvaged it, and with your ideals stitched it whole. You were a true trickster of this modern age, a beloved champion of a burdened public, and a man of such great heights. Well, where will his path take him next, I wonder?
I don't know either.
I suspect no one does. Indeed, few could even imagine what you will do next. But that seems only right. It's what makes you a trickster. I have more than mere words to give you today, though. Allow me to grant you a parting gift. Not as the one who leads you, but simply as Lavenza. This is my blessing to you, to carry on your journey.
Oh.
You were confined to your cell for so long. Now at last it seems only right that you bear its key. In the past, guests of the Velvet Room have received their keys upon their very first visits. However, I was unable to pass it on to you at that point. This is the least I can do for you now. With this key in hand, you will be able to break free of whatever trials may imprison you in the future. Though of course, you have already chosen the path of true freedom. By inspiring others to take up arms and fight for their own beliefs, you may change the world itself. You walk the path of a true trickster. May it lead you to fortune beyond imagining.
Nice. Now I'm kind of curious what people are saying. Oh, it's that one kid. I guess not. That is kind of neat. It's like you not only have all of your maxed out confidants, but you also have people that you've interacted with throughout your total time here. That's kind of a nice touch. Right? Oh, we have Kawakami! Let's go. Oh, are these the track guys? Nice. Good for you. Oh, there we go.
Yep.
Oh, no, that's not it. No, I want to talk to Kawakami. Game. Oh, that's like a...
Oh. What a coincidence. I'm about to give a lecture. Did you come to see the campus? You're going back home tomorrow, right? Make sure you keep up your studies there, okay?
Thanks for everything.
Of course. And let me know if there's anything you need. This is the last time we'll see each other for a while. You can at least look a little sad about it. I'm kidding. Honestly, seeing you so happy gives me peace of mind. Now that you're heading out into the world, I've got a present for you.
Oh?
It sounds like the setup to a joke. A student bumps into his teacher in a full French maid outfit. But somehow, that opened up all kinds of new paths in my life. You taught me so much. You're not just my best student. You were a great master.
Oh.
I can make up for all the times I distanced myself from my students. I'll help anyone who needs it.
You do long distance massages. I mean, they probably would help. Again, a massage is very good for some revitalization, especially when it comes to soreness and muscle pain, even a little bit of chiropractic realignment.
The point is, I'll put in the work. I learned a lot from you, and I won't let that go to waste.
Oh man. Oh, Hifumi's over here. Oh yeah, this guy.
Oh. You came to visit. You're going home tomorrow, correct? To tell you the truth, I have an important shogi tournament tomorrow as well.
I'll be cheering you on.
Thank you very much. If I do well, that will make it 10 straight wins. I'll work hard so I can give you a good report.
Oh wow.
That's quite a smile. Like a knight standing victorious at the end of a grand siege. But I suppose a knight can't remain idle for too long. His presence is still needed elsewhere, I take it? If my shogi skills have truly helped such a dauntless champion, then it has been an honor and a pleasure. From one player to another, I have a parting gift for you.
Ooh.
The lance piece moves exclusively forward. Until it is promoted, it can only move onward, never back. So let us continue on our own paths, even if we have to part ways for now. One day, when the two of us lances have been promoted, we will retrace our steps and meet again.
Aww. Oh, Mishima. Let's go. Oh, he's just right there.
Oh. So, you're finally heading home tomorrow, huh? I guess this means the Phantom Thieves have disbanded. My documentary script is going well, though. It's not really close to done, but it's coming along.
What's going on with the mic? Oh, microphone, what are you doing? Is that better? I'm not seeing anything pick up on OBS, so I'm hoping it's calmed down. Good. Thank you for picking that up, though. What's the title?
Huh? Well, I haven't really gotten to that. I've been too busy actually writing it. But when I need one, I'll definitely be consulting the ex-Phantom Thieves themselves. Makes me wonder how many people I can reach with my work. It's exciting, but kind of scary, too. It might be a bestseller, or it might just fade into obscurity. But I want to put my hope into this. It's a message from the old me to everyone in the world. So, even if I'm scared of failing, I'll face this head on. Just like you did with that first calling card. Oh yeah, it's still a pretty early draft, but...
Aww.
It'd mean a lot if you could read it sometime. I could really use your feedback. You probably had tons of crazy fights I don't even know about, right? So, we should sit down and talk about them sometime. The more of it I get on record, the better. I'll make sure the story of the Phantom Thieves goes down in history.
The Duck Squad! Hmm. Call me master. Hmm. What kind of Joker's gonna show up now? Who knows? Oh, it's that one idol. Oh, well. Huh.
Hey!
That is interesting. Hmm. Had no idea you could get anything from her. I just saw you could talk to her and like, okay. Huh. You? Lens is out here again. Nobody in Shinjuku. I imagine if we maxed out Oya or Chihaya, we would have had the chance, but can you still go into the Velvet Room? That's a decent question. We cannot. I guess that's only there to draw attention to Lavenza standing here. But no. I guess since we don't really have a need of it anymore, and Igor is actually gone. Ya and Yahoo? Right, since it was Chihaya, Oya, and Shinya. They all ended in the syllable Ya. Interesting. Yeah. A little sad we didn't get to max them out or max out everybody, but you never know. Maybe a new game plus someday. Nobody else? Wait, we can go to Seaside? Hmm. Oh.
Right here!
Interesting.
Thanks a bunch! What do you want?
Ow. Interesting you could run into her like that. Well, let's just go everywhere we can, even if it doesn't have a social link. Oh yeah, Kawanabe. A theme? Hmm. Okay. Well, let's go to Kichijoji. Well, where's Kazumi at? Shibusawa! What did happen to Maruki? Haven't heard a thing from him. Well, he's still alive. Did he say anything else? Interesting. See what else we can find. Well, we never did much with that rare item seller. I'm a little sad that I discovered him kind of late, but it wasn't really priority, I suppose. I didn't discover the politician till late game in vanilla and he was in the middle of Shibuya, right? I only remember Yoshida because of other people's playthroughs. We're gonna have to change some hearts. Oh, Takakura-san. Why are you here? I understand. We really are running into some people. Oh, it's the jazz bar owner. Yeah? I don't know. Game! Right. Okay. Man! Had to go and do it to me, didn't you, game? I guess we could go to Shinjuku. Weirdo. Interesting. Ooh, don't do it. Well, he's turned over a new leaf, so to speak. I don't know if you'd really want to be a part of his legal team. Is that really it? Man. Well. Been everywhere we can on the map, so might as well head back, I suppose.
Let's go.
Hang on. He's gone. He's coming with us. We saw her. Yeah, we've seen just about everybody aside from Sumire and Maruki, though we have confirmed that he's okay from Shibusawa. Still, so all of our goodbyes, I suppose.
Have you said all your goodbyes? Are you really sure?
Are you really, really sure?
Hey, I actually have a present for you too.
Aww.
Even when I was human, I kept holding on to this for some reason. Between a cat, a human, or some kind of vehicle, it's been hard to say for sure who or what I am. But whatever else I am, I can say without a doubt, I'm your partner. Well then, we should probably go home and get packed, huh?
You finished saying your goodbyes? Well, how'd it go? Did it make you feel like you want to stay?
Yes. Of course.
I see. You must have made a lot of good memories here. You're leaving early tomorrow from Shibuya, right? Make sure you pack up before you head to sleep. Oh, and take that stupid cat with you. I don't want it getting lost and ending up back here.
Don't make fun of me. I can go wherever I want all by myself.
It really never stops meowing, huh? Hey, Futaba, what's he saying? Is he sad that he has to leave me?
He said, Sojiro's stupid.
What?
What kind of translation is that? Let me have a nice goodbye. Mona's your responsibility now. Leave Sojiro to me.
I'll be counting on you.
All right, I've been counted on.
Oh, man.
Even if you're not here, I'll make sure I do my best. So, you go do your best too. Thank you for everything.
I don't want to go.
Hey. You got everything? I took you in. I thought I was the one helping you. But it turns out it was the other way around. Take care.
I'll be lonely without you.
Stop it. I'd rather hear that coming from a lady. Oh, and sorry. I wanted to have Futaba see you off too. I haven't been able to find her since this morning, though. Same with that cat. If you end up back in the city, come on by. I'll at least treat you to a nice cup of coffee.
Oh man.
Wait, that means I can't go closing the store, huh?
Yep.
What are you doing? Hurry up and go.
Thank you for everything.
Yeah.
Oh. Coffee Dad, best dad.
Yo! You over there!
Hey, look this way!
What?
After we said we'd disband,
We are all on break after all. No more entrance exams. I can drive you to the station. You really, really gotta go?
Shit.
they've even followed us here?
What?
What should we do?
Why are we getting followed?
Need a hand?
Dr. Maruki?
You're suggesting we split up? Should we? Here we go!
Come and get us!
Shall we then?
Oh.
There's no charge. If you find yourself struggling in life, you can start over, like me. Remember that. So yeah, if that ends up saving you, then we're square.
Eee.
Good luck.
Damn, man. Those dudes just wouldn't give up.
Wish it went smoother, but I guess this is it.
Be sure to eat well.
We'll see you soon, right?
If you don't come back, we'll find you there.
All right, it's time.
Yeah.
Aw, gotta go already?
We don't make the train schedule.
See you later, my dude!
I'll text you, okay? Come on, sit down.
Goodness.
You taught me to keep my head up, didn't you?
Told you I was coming with you. Ooh.
Mire.
Take care.
That's it! I guess we get to see a little bit of an epilogue with everyone. That was so good! But we did it! We finished Persona 5 Royal! Ah, my heart, this game. It really has had an effect on my perspective of things. And it really does make me long to have better connections with people. It makes me thankful for the ones I have right now, too. Oh, she wants the cat plate. It's so cute. This gave me such good feels, and actually, I mean, it made us laugh, it made us cry, made us think about a lot of different things. I really don't regret my time. But I hope all of you enjoyed the journey as well. Again, just being able to think about relationships, how we go about life and everything, and again, it makes me wish I kind of had such meaningful relationships when I was in high school. I still have a couple of friends I've taken with me from high school, and even now some new friends I've made in my age that really mean a lot to me. That, like the game's always been telling us, we can't regret moving forward. Now we get to see all the voice actors. Ooh. Oh, Billy Cammons, rest in peace. I didn't realize I had the television turned up so loud to be able to listen to all this music and everything. It was just so good. I mean, not only the writing was amazing, the music was amazing. Like, so much of this game you could tell had so much love and care put into it. Just, it was fleshed out so well. And I'm really glad that we held off playing the original and went for the vanilla version, because it meant so much more. And we have so much more music, so much more content and things to experience. It was worth it. And again, I'm really glad I didn't look up almost anything to do with the royal stuff. Like, I tried to be as spoiler-free on that as possible for certain. Not just for me, but for you guys as well. And it was worth it. With all the twists and turns and everything. Like, man. Thanks for the run-through. Enjoyed the game. Congrats, GG's. Thank you all! This has been such a good experience. It was, again, it's a little different from what we're used to. Like, I mean, I love RPGs for sure, but I know that we try to kind of keep things family-friendly and not with a whole lot of drama or adult themes, but I think diving into this was definitely worth it. And it didn't get pushed too far. All of you were still so cozy and respectable and everything. And I greatly appreciate that. I always want our chat to be somewhere we can feel comfortable talking about anything and everything. And just being a community, you know? And that's another thing this game has really reminded me of, is just being grateful for those you have around you and those that decide to come alongside you. Again, which I'm really grateful. And it's just so neat to sometimes feel like you literally have characters you feel like you can see yourself in, kind of like Makoto and Haru and all that. It's just so touching. That's a lot of violinists. I say knowing we have a talented violinist in our chat as well. But again, this gave me such good feels. I was listening and thinking about the music all the time. I was looking forward to the next stream of this when we wrapped up, but not wanting it to go so fast as we rushed our time through here and everything. This really was an ideal game for us to play for summer. Like, it was just so good. Yeah, I'll definitely have to look up some of the music and playlists for this. Heck, I'll likely be singing some of these whenever I get my hands on them, because they're just so good. I don't know, maybe we'll have a spontaneous Bullseye Does karaoke night on Discord at some point in the future. It's just so good, and I'm just really glad I felt the freedom and passion and confidence to actually go through with enjoying the music as much as I did. Because this truly is a very excellent OST for a game. Like, there have been games out there that have been so good, but for so many of them to be so well composed and accompanied with such moving lyrics that fit along with the game, that's why this soundtrack has been, like, just so practically legendary among RPGs and video game soundtracks. I can't praise it enough, of course. 10 Power knows drums, guitar, and recorder, though. Hey, that's talented. I mean, all I can speak of is that I know how to play flute, and that's about it. Granted, it's been probably 10 plus years since I've actually opened my case at all. But again, I am really glad to feel as confident as I've been throughout this playthrough, and just even in streaming in general. Just being here, just hitting that start streaming button and looking forward to seeing all of you and everything we'll talk about. It really has given me some confidence. And thinking about in this game as well, just continuing no matter what, just to hold your head up high and hold on to what you have. That's the people and your experiences and your knowledge and what's to come. Looking forward to it. It's just, this game has given me a lot to think about, and I'm really appreciative of it. I mean, maybe we'll do another playthrough of this, I don't know, next year or somewhere on down the line. Because I just really, really, really enjoyed my time with it. I mean, heck, maybe sometime next year we could do a New Game Plus, normal, or even hard mode playthrough with everything. That would be fun, right? And then we could even think about spending more time maxing out all of our confidants when the time comes. Do all of you think you would like that at some point? Again, it's definitely not going to be soon. But this game has just done so much in terms of, again, the music and the life lessons and being relatable and everything. It's just been so good. Be down for more Persona and SMT in general? Nice. Special thanks to all Persona 5 Royal players. Very nice. There are rumors of Persona 6 as well. Oh, baby. Again, now I've understood why Persona is such a beloved series, and now I have my own experience under my belt to think about. After? Oh?
Oh.
Always be a part of you. nice teaser game. You load your clear data, you'll be able to inherit some of your progress on a new playthrough. Careful, as you will not be able to resume from where you left off if you overwrite data. Like to save clear data? Yes, we would. I guess here then. We'll have it at the top so it's easy access. Completed! In 170 hours and 41 minutes. Oh, baby. We actually did pretty good. I would say we probably fall between the average and such. And it just takes us back to the start screen. You're off to work. Hope it goes well, Oltoon. Thank you for hanging out. Just a casual 170 hours. Yeah, no big deal. I say that, but again, this has had just such an impact on me. I've just enjoyed it so much. Tycoon marathon now. What? Wait, Tycoon, what do you mean? Vanilla was 116 hours. That seems fair considering. I was wondering how long the real Royal content would have taken us into the third semester, but we actually got a fair deal out of it. So I can't complain. Oh, in the Thieves' Den? Let me see then. Oh. It's the first time we've actually come here from the title screen. Palace Maker Music Player, Movie, and Gallery. Transformation tile was added. New award. Oh, and this is actually an instrumental version of the jazz music we hear. That's interesting. Oh yeah, did we get the platinum? Let's see. Uh-oh. No! Son of a gun. Take back the future. Wait. No, we did! We got it! Let's go! Yeah, just 2 minutes ago, we got it. Huzzah! I have to say, that's probably the first platinum that's been in a while. Let's actually look at that real quick. Right, don't judge my playlists. Oh wow, yeah. Even though we've played so many games on this thing since we got it a few years ago, well, I guess we did technically platinum Horizon Zero Dawn, but then they added so many other things. There should have been, yeah, we platinum Final Fantasy 15. Because of course there was more content after that, after the initial release. Yeah, true 100% platinum on Persona 5 Royal. Very nice. Tales of Xillia. Tales of Xillia was good. Man, looking at this here now, there's actually quite a few things we probably could take into consideration for streaming in the future. Oh yeah, and it ports over PS3 stuff too. I forgot about that. Since it's my PlayStation account. But yeah, lots of good stuff for sure. Okay. Well, good. I'm so glad we got the platinum then. Let's see. We got a lot of coins. Oh, we could even unlock more decorations. We saw that Sly Cooper game. Heck yeah! Tales of Grace's F is very good if you have access to PS3. We actually played it 10 power. We played it and we loved it. It's probably one of our favorite, more favorite modern Tales game. But yes, we have played it. Oh, oh, that's cute. Man, some of these items are so expensive. How do you expect to play all of these? Wow. You love a bunch of the Tales of games? Yeah. Huh. We're actually missing one. That's interesting. Wonder what we're missing. Oof, yikes. Oh, and this is showing like how small or big some of the rulers and bosses are in comparison to the heroes. Look at that. That's pretty nuts. Ew. Not bad. Ooh. And I don't know if you unlock these when you max out, or if this is just when you start hanging out with confidants. I guess it's when you hang out with people. No, what are these though? Oh no, it has to be max. It has to be when you max them out then. Because I'm betting this would be the arcade, Crossroads, and maybe Shinjuku Street with Chihaya. I guess that makes sense. Yeah, lots of neat things. We're still missing some stuff, so I'm curious where that would come from. Well. Ooh. Lots of different things, though. We have a lot of coins. We really do. Like, those started piling up as soon as we started doing more and more things, especially on the side. Jose.
Whoa! So? Yeah. Doing good?
Well, so what awards did we miss? That's kind of nuts. We've only got 44% completion. Oh. Oh. So I'm betting you could probably do more of these through New Game Plus, since you wouldn't have to worry about doing a bunch of extra stuff. Hitting all the home runs. Just taking time to do stuff. We got close. Oh, because we didn't go to the gym, really, outside of story. Oh, wow. Yet again, all the stuff you could think about doing if you didn't have to worry about, oh, man. You didn't have to think about worrying about confidants and stuff. Oh, boy. I would have, but they never asked about giving gifts, but I guess that happens more with when you only spend time with people rather than advancing their confidant. We could have gotten close with that one, especially with the amount of money we were making. Oh, I always forget about those. And again, just didn't think about using guns near as much. Wow. Defeat the Reaper 5 times. Yeah, let me get right on that. Huh. What was that one supposed to be? Ooh, are these New Game Plus ones I'm imagining? Because I know in games past, like Persona, you could actually find some secret boss battles. I'm guessing that's what these are. Unless they were also like the Velvet Room battles, since we didn't really look too much into those. There's one New Game Plus fight. Gotcha. Yeah, because I remember when we first looked into it, but it wasn't unlocked, there were battles that were supposed to be from like Persona 3, Persona 4, but we just never did them. Wait, we didn't complete all the requests? Oh, I guess because the other two probably would have come from Oya and Shinya. That's what that's about. Got to 85% of the inmate registry. That's not bad. All the stats of protagonist persona to level 99. Oh, baby. There are 2 job-specific ones as well. Really? Oh, I bet that's it. That's when you collect all the stamps and mementos. Yet again, we could have some incentive to come back here for New Game Plus in the future. Ah. Yeah, a lot of things you could think about doing. Oh. Oh, these are over here. Okay. Oh, it's in sections. I see. Anything of interest in the gallery? You have some new stuff. Apache. Huh. Looks like we're still missing a few things. Makes me curious what the deal with that is. Card for Sai. Ooh, I'm actually kind of curious what Maruki's calling card would have said. I mean, obviously, if we read Japanese, we would know. Probably something of like the noble Lord of Sorrow or something like that. Oh, jeez. Compared to the first calling card we sent out to Kamoshida. Just how much more it's advanced over the time. Oh, whoops. Oh, but these are good photos. Oh. Good stuff. Oh. Well, now I'm curious what this one would have been, because it looks like there's a missing 5th picture element. Oh, man. Protagonist persona Raoul. Really? This really does have a lot of information on it. This at least gives us some idea of what they work stuff into, which is neat. I always appreciate when they put concept art into stuff. Oh, she actually has a lot more character sheets than the others. Aww. Oh, are they gonna have him like in a tux or a suit of some sort? Oh, and more confidants. I'm guessing it's as you max them out, you'll get those. Hmm. Oh my. There are a lot of these. Oh wow, so much promo art too. Again, just a little sad that we don't get to see some of this stuff, since a lot of it is usually Japan exclusive. But it's still neat nonetheless. On the plus side, if you ever play this again, you probably won't feel any compunctions about using the early crazy arcana. I could understand that. Because what all carries over in New Game Plus? Like, don't most of our personas carry over, I assume? I don't know, I've never really played a New Game Plus game before. Man, I don't know if there's anything else we can show off. We saw the alternative Valentine's Day and White Day dates from those we'd romanced. But this was good. Then if you start from scratch again, less of the point is to work through in a regular progression. I getcha. I getcha. Yeah, if anything, I'd probably consider doing a New Game Plus game in the future. Again, either normal or maybe even hard, actually. Make it a little bit of a challenge for us. But the point of this was to enjoy the playthrough and not feel quite as challenged, especially since this was my first Persona game, actually playing it and whatnot. But yeah, we might revisit this sometime in the far future. But the next thing we've got to think of is what our next long play is going to be. That's not going to be happening anytime soon, so we've got a little bit of time to think of. I've still got a couple of titles in my head I could think of playing for you all. But the plan for this month is we're going to, of course, be doing some more of our Stardew modded, but we will be also be participating in Discord Wars. So again, that's going to be all the games such as playing Fall Guys, playing PlayerUnknown's Battlegrounds, maybe some Stardew with some friends from another community that are also here in this community as well. What else? A couple other things. Just a bunch of different games and having fun and all that. Discord Wars, what's this? This is actually coming from Mr. I Ate Your Pies community. It's a yearly event put on in the summer where his sub-community splits into two teams. This year it's Pirates versus Ninjas. And we play a bunch of games for points, and whoever accumulates the most points at the end, that team is considered the winner. And I think we get to have an ask of what kind of game we would like for him to play in the future. And maybe a couple other little things. And I think there's like some fun drawings and stuff here and there. It's kind of neat. But yeah, I am participating in that as I am a mod in his community. And it's just for fun. And being able to actually discover some new games, kind of like Fall Guys and PlayerUnknown's Battlegrounds, sounds kind of fun to me. I've been watching people play them in the past before, so now it's a chance for me to show off and play the game and all that myself. And just have fun with all of you and be kind of lax about it and stuff. But yeah, I will try to keep you all as updated as possible. It'll be kind of here and there because, of course, since we'll be playing with other community members, we'll be going off of their schedules as well, what time is best for them. But just lots of fun stuff. So look forward to that. Our next long play will likely start closer to the end of August because the event actually runs through like August 22nd or something like that, August 21st. Runs for about 2 weeks, so we'll go from there. But I was thinking for our subs that maybe all of you could have some input. Y'all can always drop game suggestions and stuff and other things you might like to see in the stream. What's the name of the channel? I have a stream suggestion box for all of you. Stream feedback. Y'all are always welcome to drop stuff in the stream feedback channel, but I was thinking of a way to give back to my subs. That what if y'all had the way of saying what next game y'all might like me to see playing. So we've got some long games. A lot of them are RPGs, of course, because they are longer, and just ones I've really wanted to play and enjoy with all of you. I've played most of them before, but it's good to revisit them, maybe have a little bit of a spin on some of them and such. But I'm thinking about maybe cobbling the list together, putting them into a poll, and putting it out there for subs to vote on. So we will see about that maybe here in the future. Then after that, we'll likely go into August, probably through September as well, if we also keep up our Stardew Valley file, and a couple of other little random things here and there. Maybe some one-off games from my Prime Gaming list, from Steam. There have been quite a few Steam releases that I'm really interested in and such, so that would be neat. Name many great RPGs such as Lunar and Grandia. I have actually played those before, thanks to Spirit. He was actually into old school PS1 JRPGs back before we met, so only thing with that would just be having to figure out how to hook up older consoles, finding a capture card for that. Right now I only have my Avermedia capture card mini live gamer that does a HD capture, so we would have to see about that. Xenogears, that's another one he actually owns. It's not on the list, but we will see. Again, we'd have to think about getting a retrofitting capture card for consoles like that, but maybe in the future, we'll see. But then there's also October, which I do have some plans for all of you for October. Remember, if you were possibly around last year, we actually did my first scary game stream last year, which was Yomawari Night Alone, and oh boy, That game was a little bit of a challenge for me, considering I'm not usually one to stray into the horror genre. And oh my goodness, it was a bit of a game. But I've got that. We've got quite a few games I've got lined up with ideas. Some are going to be scary, some are going to be fun. Just kind of the spooky, weird, spoopy, fun games for October. But I will, of course, reveal more of that on down the line. Maybe figure out a neat name for the theme of October. We'll see. But, let me see. But that is going to be it for me. So, once again, thank you everyone so much that has been here. Whether you've lurked or chatted, I've really appreciated you being here. Enjoying Persona 5 Royal, my first playthrough in Persona Royal. Persona experience in general, alongside me. It has been a ton of fun, and I really enjoy it. I know, we'll drop y'all off with Mr. Mike. He is another fun, cozy community. Looks like he's playing some retro games. He's playing the Lion King. Oh my gosh, I know he's brought that up a time or two playing with us before. So we will go say hello to Mr. Mike, wish him well, wish him good luck. But the plan is, on Friday, we will be back to likely Stardew Valley, and then it'll kind of be up in the air again, because we'll be playing more games with Discord Wars and all that. But we will keep you up to date on the Discord, of course. If you want to stay in touch with what we are doing, you can always type the command !community, so you'll be in the Discord. We'll get the schedule, you'll get going live notifs. You get to share all kinds of fun, interesting things about yourself, and just a bunch of lovely people in there. But we will go say hello to Mr. Mike. Again, just go and wish him good luck with the Lion King. Oh my goodness. And we will just see what the future holds for us all. But thank you all again for being here. Persona 5 Royal was a ton of fun. It has my heart, and we will just go from there. But I hope you all have a lovely day or evening, wherever you are in the world, and I hope to see you all again soon. Take care, everyone.